Okay, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nikorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
and Councillor Cartmel is away on city business, Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right, adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, this is a long one. I'll move that the May 16, 2023 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 7.2, council member appointment reporting, attachments 7 to 24. 7.3, Edmonton's approach 2023 to 24, supporting those experiencing homelessness, additional information. And item 10, motions pending, 10.1, community-based budgeting strategy. And a replacement report on item 7.2, council member appointment reporting. And 7.3, Edmonton's approach 2023 to 2024, supporting those experiencing homelessness, additional information, page 8. And the deletion of item 9.1, Alberta's Industrial Heartland Association designated industrial zone water intake project.
Thank you, Councillor
Second.
Hamilton, second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack,
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the April 24th, 2023 City Council public hearing and the April 25th, 2023 City Council meeting.
Second.
second by Councillor Salvador. Any errors or omissions in the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. We have few. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. This morning, it is my pleasure to recognize the exceptional achievements of one of our City of Edmonton employees. A few weeks ago, the Royal Architecture Institute of Canada, also known as the RAICE conference, took place in Calgary to celebrate an individual who has made a significant contribution to the advancement of Canadian architecture. The RAIC Advocate for Architecture Award celebrates an individual or collective of individuals who has made a significant public contribution to the advancement of Canadian architecture through their advocacy, patronage, and other forms of support. Across Canada, Edmonton has become a shining example of contemporary Canadian architecture, and at the center of this transformation is Carl Boulanger. Over the past decade, Carl has facilitated public spaces and projects that have optimized the city investments and improved the daily lives of many Edmontonians, and in doing so garnered excitement and respect for what good architecture can mean for a growing city. Carl initiated Edmonton's architectural renaissance in multiple of ways. With internal support from corporate procurement and supply services and legal services, he rewrote the city's procurement process. He developed a roster of architects for small projects. With support from community services, he initiated a national design competition. He worked with industry, encouraging the inclusion of national and international design talent, and using speaking engagements to address the importance of a quality-based procurement model and the need for architectural excellence. Through all this, the City of Edmonton has garnered 68 awards in architecture over the past 10 years. This is an exceptional achievement. Carl, on behalf of City Council and the City of Edmonton, congratulations on receiving this prestigious award. Please stand now and be recognized for this exceptional accomplishment.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, and congratulations, Carl. Absolutely. Okay, it is my turn. Today, I would like to recognize the Council Internship Pilot Program, which was recently launched here in City Hall. This pilot program under the anti-racism strategy will help to increase access and opportunities for equity-deserving youth with the City of Edmonton. It will enable diverse youth to gain leadership skills, grow their professional network, and learn new skills in the public sector through a meaningful experience and mentorship. We are committed to introducing racialized and marginalized young people to public service and to reduce any barriers they might have in pursuing a career in this field. This initiative enables 13 youth interns to join City of Edmonton council offices for a period of 8 weeks. There will be plenty of opportunity for our interns to learn about municipal government, city services, and the day-to-day work of city councillors. I would like to thank the Canadian Race Relations Foundation, Islamic Family, and Africa Center for supporting this initiative and bringing it to life. The teams at Islamic Family and Africa Center were especially instrumental in working closely with the fellows to prepare them to join the City of Edmonton. Thank you also to Grand McEwen University's Indigenous Student Center, Kihiwa Seaston, for its partnership. And thank you to the number of our city staff who have made this internship successful through their commitment to delivering excellent service. Our 13 interns have spent the last few weeks immersed in municipal government, and we look forward to continuing to work with them and learn from their fresh perspectives and creative ideas. I am now delighted to welcome our council interns to their first council meeting. Please stand as I call your name if you are with us today. Alain Humura. Keep standing. Andrew Hui. Andrew, there you are. Angelina Reina. Arpit Sandhu. Faisal Sharif. Here you are. Herman F. Work. Here you are. Abraham Abdel. Abraham Abdel. Jude Alkra Wahi. Jude is not here. Lean Magdadi. Here you are. Marwa Salah. Here you are. Muhammad Ali. Here you are. Stephanie Otiino. Tiger Belros. Thank you for joining us. On behalf of City Council, we are looking forward to working with all of you. And have fun. Yeah. Keep standing. Select items for debate. I have few selections too. Okay, I will start, or do I have to see the chair, right, to select items? Okay, Councillor Knack?
Sure, I've got the chair.
I know, yeah. 7.3, 7.4, that is it for me.
I'll return the chair.
And I will take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Tang.
I'll do 7.1, 7.1.
Okay.
So must select.
Yeah.
I wanted to do 8.11,
8.11, okay.
and 9.2 and 9.3.
9.2, 9.3. Okay, Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. Can I just get clarity on 7.6? Does that need to be selected, or do the recommendations stand?
It's the original recommendations that Executive Committee
Yeah.
recommended to City Council. It does not need to be selected for
With the
debate.
new attachment? Okay,
Yep.
great. So I will not select that.
Okay,
And then I just see 8.2. It looks like that must be selected.
8.2, yes. Okay, and Councillor Rice?
I would like to select 7.5,
Yep.
8.4,
8.4, yeah.
and 8.5.
8.5, okay. Yeah.
Are these for voting
yes.
purposes?
You have questions on these, or
I
your
do.
voting purposes?
I do have very quick questions.
On both of them?
Yeah,
Okay,
on
got
both
it.
of them.
Okay. Right. Anything else? Oh, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I just want to select 8.1 for a quick question on the policy that's being repealed.
Okay. Okay, so we have selected 7.1, 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 8.1, 8.2, 8.4, 8.5, and 8.11, and then private items 9.2 and 9.3. Can someone
Done by
move the
lunch.
balance? Oh, sorry, Councillor Paquette?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just said we'll be done by lunch.
Oh. Okay, can you move the balance then?
I'd be happy to move the balance.
Okay,
Second.
second by Councillor Wright. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, can you please read back to us, City Clerk, what we have
Sure,
accomplished?
thank you very much. So this morning, the following decisions have been made. Item 4.1, the monthly update on the transit safety plan and downtown core will be coming to the June 13th City Council meeting.
Yep.
Item 7.2 has been received for information. The recommendations in 7.6 have been dealt with. And all the way over on the private reports, a reminder that 9.1 was deleted with the adoption of the agenda.
All right, thank you so much. Request to speak, we do have one, but we don't hear from members of public at council meetings, and we would like to carry on with that tradition. Members of public always have the opportunity to speak at committee, and this specific item was at the committee. Both of these items were at the committee, so we would not be hearing from members of the public here. Okay. Okay. Request for specific time on the agenda. That's been already, right, Councillor Hamilton? That's been already dealt with, right? Or yeah. Have we not? Can you do that, Councillor Hamilton, please?
Yeah, I can do that one.
Please, yeah.
I'll move that the following items be dealt with on a specific day on the agenda. Item 7.1, monthly operating budget adjustment. Verbal report on Wednesday, May 17th. Item 9.2, city manager update, verbal report, May 17th. And item 9.3, corporate governance, also be dealt with on May 17th.
Need a second, Councillor Rice? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, we didn't put it on the summary of agenda changes, but we're going to be looking to hold 9.2 in the councilor's boardroom. Just wanted to give council some advance notice of that item.
Okay. So 9.2 will be in Councillor's boardroom.
We'll confirm that tomorrow morning, but we'll start here in chambers and then we'll move.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
got it. Request, okay. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Knack, can you go slowly?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we'll do this, we're gonna break it down into 3 different segments. I'm gonna do first reading of item 8.3. And just that one, because that's.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Was Stevenson who did? Oh, Councillor Wright. Okay, I came from this side, so it's thought. Okay, Councillor Wright seconded it. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
All right, next, I'm going to move second reading of items 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, and 8.10.
Okay. Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And we don't need consideration, so I'll move third reading of bylaw 20425, bylaw 20426, bylaw 20436, bylaw 20441, and bylaw 20442.
Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Carried.
Thank you.
You want to do the?
Yeah, but just deal with bylaws. It'll be
Okay.
quick, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And then for the last section here, we will move first reading of items 8.12 and 8.13.
Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of items 8.12 and 8.13.
Second.
Please vote.
We're just waiting on one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading on items 8.12 and 8.13.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Sorry, just point of
Yeah.
order.
Yeah.
I noticed it said on their 8.1, item 8.1, and I just want to make
We'll go
sure.
back, sure, that wasn't it. It's just,
Okay,
yeah.
because I had pulled that one, so I just want
I
to.
think it was 8.12 and 8.13.
1-3.
It was, yeah, but
Yeah.
I just saw on the displays at 8.1, so I wanted to make sure on the
Okay.
record it's.
100%.
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll make sure the minutes are correct.
Okay, that's carried.
And finally, I'll move third reading of bylaw 20428 and bylaw 20451.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, we have dealt with all the bylaws other than those that are exempted. At this time, I would like to welcome students from Hilwi Hamdoon School, grade 6 class. And they are, I don't have the teacher's name, Ward Nernick. Counselor Rutherford, Counselor Rutherford is your ward counselor. Here you go. Thank you for joining us. Are you having fun? Real fun or a little bit of fun? Huh? I don't see much enthusiasm in that fun. Oh, yeah, right. Here you go in the corner. Are you really having fun? Hey, that's better. All right, cool. Stick around as long as you want. Are you here for the whole day or just for the visit? Half a day? Cool. Okay, stay as long as you want. Okay. Lovely to see you. All right. Okay, now we are on to. We have dealt with bylaws, counselor inquiries. No inquiries. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. No. Request to reschedule none. Unfinished business none. Public reports. We are going to, because 7.1 will be dealt on Wednesday. And now 7.3. This was here. It was at the community services, right? And I will go to Chair Principe to make the introductory remarks about this item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, at the last Community and Public Services Committee meeting, we had a long discussion on Edmonton's approach to supporting those experiencing homelessness. And we heard from speakers, specifically from Boyle Street and Bissell Center, about funding requests. And we also heard that their funding will expire end of May for Boyle Street, I believe. And we also have community and is it CSWB, Community Safety and Wellbeing report coming back. And it was an option to fund both Bissell and Boyle until we get that report back to see how it fits into the CSWB report. And that's my introduction.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Principe. I exempted this item, so I will cede the chair to Councillor Knack.
I've got the chair. Yes, go ahead if you want to make your motions.
Yeah, I have a motion related to this, and I will read that into the record. I think clerk has the wording as well, right? So
Is it the three-parter?
yeah, the three-part motion that the Social Development Branch 2023 operating expenditure budget be increased by 4.08 million on one-time basis, spent over a multi-year period, with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve to fund the projects outlined in attachment 3 and 4. Number 2, that the subsidy agreement between the City of Edmonton and Bissell Center to provide day services at Bissell Center Community Space for an amount not exceeding $2.29 million as outlined in attachment 3 of the May 16, 2023 Community Services Report CS01762 REV be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the city manager. And number 3, that a subsidy agreement between the City of Edmonton and the Boyle Street Services Society to provide day shelter and other services for an amount not exceeding $1.79 million as outlined in attachment 4 of the May 16, 2023 Community Services Report CS01762 REV to be approved, and the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the city manager.
Second.
I've heard Councillor Stevenson first, just by a split second. Mayor Sohi, you have 2 minutes to introduce.
Yeah, I appreciate administrations preparing this comprehensive report and giving us an opportunity to plan ahead for winter 2023 and 2024. We still have a lot of work to do to address root causes of unsheltered houselessness. In 2018, we were well on our way to addressing houselessness in Edmonton, and I believe with significant partnership from the federal and provincial governments, we can get back on track by increasing affordable housing supply, including deep subsidy housing and permanent supportive housing. But in the interim, I heard from business leaders, I hear from community leaders that there's a shortage of day shelters in Edmonton. People have no place to go. So they end up either in front of businesses, or they end up in the LRT stations or on buses, and that causes not only harm to the people who are struggling on the street, but also harm to the community and causes disorder for businesses. So there's a need for day shelters, and these two organizations have been great partners with us over the last number of years, providing that support. And this motion will allow that service to continue, but also look at some innovative ways of increasing the day spaces for people experiencing houselessness in our city. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Questions, Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, really appreciate this motion coming forward. Just a question to administration in terms of, the other option mentioned around bridge housing, the $11 to $13 million a year. Just want to confirm that we anticipate that we may be considering that as part of the OP12 conversations in terms of advancing that work.
I think it would be preliminary to identify whether that is within the possibility, but certainly Council has identified housing as a priority, and so within that we would scope out opportunities.
Okay, and is there, again, recognizing, really appreciating that this is coming at this time of the year so that we have time to plan for the winter, just wondering if similar considerations are at play for the bridge housing Or is that work sort of always happening in the background in terms of identifying opportunities or being aware of opportunities as they arise?
Certainly, we're always looking for opportunities for bridge housing across the city, advocating with other orders of government and having conversation with partners. Though I do mention we are having this conversation much earlier in the year because every month and every week that passes makes it more difficult to be able to implement something by winter. And so if we were to have this conversation in the fall, it is very unlikely that we would be able to implement bridge housing for this winter.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks very much. And again, thanks to the mover for bringing the motion forward.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. To administration, if this motion were to pass, about do we have a calculation on how many people this would help?
We can get that for you.
Okay. And I'd be interested in an estimate if we have how many people this would help and what the gap still is and what we need. Based on our estimates, that would be really helpful. And confirming maybe to the mover, is there still a contemplation here that following the provincial election that we would fund this now, but be presenting the receipt to the provincial government and asking them to reimburse us for these and other costs of their responsibility?
I don't know about the reimbursement for this cost or previous costs, but we are looking forward to engaging with the new government on continuum of interventions and supports that are required to deal with and supporting people who experience houselessness in our city as well as other challenges. And my discussions with the business community over the last number of months, this came up that we should step up as a city, and after the election that business leaders will be willing to work with us and engaging with the new government to advocate not only for day shelters but also for permanent solutions to having more long-term solutions to ending houselessness in our city.
That's excellent. Thank you. And sorry, to administration again. Can we confirm that both of these partners meet our shelter standards and also are living wage employers?
I'd have to double check on the living wage piece, but for sure these two providers operate within the spirit and intent of the minimum shelter standards, although obviously those standards were created for emergency shelters. Certainly the barrier-free approach that they both ascribe to would be consistent with a lot of what's in those guidelines.
Excellent. I'm happy to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Sure, and actually, if I could really quickly, just to answer your question, there's 225 spaces across 3 sites in these 2 agreements, or at least 3 sites, because we're looking with Boyle Street at a new model, and those would help multiple people per day. So, you could conservatively estimate up to 750 to 1,000 people would access those through those spaces each day.
So roughly about a third still of what we need, but
Yeah, I mean, utilization of day services is difficult to calculate just because we know there's a lot of people who are transitionally accommodated who may not need day services, right? But we also know that there's people who's housed who sometimes come to day service. But in general, it's a significant capacity expansion.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Knack. Standing now, Chair Knack. I have a question about what I had mentioned about Bissell and Boyle getting funding until the CSWB report comes back, and see how that fits into the report. I think that we would need to have some funding a little bit after the report is presented to us. But what would be the cost to fund Bissell and Boyle until then? And when would that be until?
Councillor Principe, it's difficult to break the cost down into like a margin of time, like a month or 2 months. And the reason for that is because of staffing contracts. In order to be able to attract and maintain adequate staffing for these services, there needs to be some guarantee of employment that lasts at least like a minimum of 6 months excuse me, but obviously longer is better when it comes to retaining. All of the agencies that were at committee spoke about the difficulty that they have in maintaining qualified and trained staff when there's such a short-term fund commitment. And so it would be difficult for us to get an estimate for anything shorter than 6 months.
Okay. Yeah, I just remember that as being an option when we discussed it at Community and Public Services. So I wasn't sure if we had numbers for that. Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Just a few quick questions. Again, just on this motion, a lot of this is already being done. This is sort of to continue it in certain cases. Like Bissell, I think, is essentially a continuation. Boyle, it might be a little bit additional, or is it primarily just a continuation of what they've already been doing in Boyle as well?
In terms of spaces, a continuation, but we are looking at shifting the model to a more distributed model.
Yeah, and I ask it not because we shouldn't do it, but essentially this doesn't make it better. This just makes sure it's not going to get worse, because if these spaces don't continue at what they're doing in the next month or so, we would see many more people onto the street without a day shelter space. Correct? I mean, there will be some additional benefit, but overall it feels like it's more of a keep things afloat as best we can.
The baseline in terms of what's available for daytime capacity is insufficient to meet the needs of the demand that we're currently seeing.
Yeah.
So,
no, that's fair. I just wanted to ask, because for Jasper Place Wellness, the site on 156th Street and Stony Plain Road is funded through to the end of August, I believe, right? Is that correct? Or September, I think?
it's the end of September,
End of September,
subject to how, basically when the money runs out. It could be a little bit shorter.
Give or take around that point. They have a day space as well on 153rd Street and Stony Plain Road that one has funding that comes up sooner than that though, correct?
It's currently funded for the remainder of the year, but it's not funded at the level. It's funded at a smaller capacity level, and I believe because of the date, the 24/7 shelter at Bedford is going to end. It's not funded till September, so the bridge housing is funded September, but the 24/7 is going to end very shortly. There's that's the part that will end. I'm sorry if I'm not explaining this.
No, so essentially the space on 153rd, which is trying to also fill some daytime gaps, because I believe it's a 12-hour space, that is coming up, and they might still be able to operate for a certain number of hours, but likely not 12 hours a day based off what their current funding is set at. Is that right? Is that correct in my understanding? No?
That's correct, and it's also not 7 days a week currently.
That's right. So this doesn't address that, but we are working, and the only reason I ask is because, again, as part of our wanting to distribute, services across the city, we'll actually see a reduction in the West End because of that in the next month or two. Is that fair?
Well, the reduction in service would primarily be that 24/7 space is closing, and that does have a daytime component to it. That's filling a gap currently.
Yeah. And now the challenge is, I'm sure this isn't the only spot. We're dealing with two areas here. West End has some. We have some on the south side as well, who I'm sure also have funding requests. I've got an email from the folks at Jasper Place Wellness who also would love another $400,000, but at some point, between I'm sure additional funding on the south side, there's likely a point at which we just don't have enough money to cover all of these requests. So I guess I just want to check is that while I would love to amend this motion and add yet another funding source for $400,000 to allow them to keep doing that work, frankly, do we have money at this moment to do anything beyond what's on this list?
I think the only other funding source you have is council contingency, and it's about $425,000.
Yeah, and that doesn't even address additional gaps that we have on the south side. That doesn't have, so have you, maybe I'll ask it this way, beyond Jasper Place Wellness, who I think has submitted a funding request, have you heard other funding requests since this last meeting about additional need across the city?
No, we have not.
Oh, okay, all right. I want to do that, but I guess the question is, should we be considering that then on the fly, or is there a more constructive way? I want to make sure we're doing our part in the West End, just like every other part of the city, but I also don't want to suddenly just spring another funding ask. So, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Councillor, I sort of just heard about this yesterday, so I'd like a bit of time to take a look at it if we could. And
That's
then
fine,
Come
yeah.
back and give you an update perhaps, and then you could still add something later if you chose. but-
Essentially, if you feel there is a need, you would come back to us in one of these, because we have other reports coming. I think we have another report on shelters, and so that would be another place you could tie in a report to that or an ask if you felt that was necessary.
Yeah, and I mean, there's absolutely no doubt there's need for these spaces all over the city. That's absolutely not a question whatsoever. It's how much are we going to step into these spaces and at what points, I think, is more
Absolutely. I'm just worried that if we start closing down locations on the west end, does that suddenly push people back into the core where they're already oversubscribed? But I'll let you.
Absolutely a fair concern.
I'll let you work on that at this moment. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Or turn the chair.
And I'll go to you, Councillor Salvatore.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you to the mayor for bringing this forward. Very pleased to see this. I guess I want to loop back to the question around bridge housing. It's still unclear to me if we did want to see more bridge housing by the fall, how would we proceed? Would that be sort of an advocacy ask? And maybe this is to the mover. Do you think there's an opportunity for some additional advocacy, some really intentional advocacy around bridge housing, and also some more sustainable funding, I'll say, around day shelter space?
Yeah, we made a budget submission during the last provincial budget that has identified, I think, 200 bridge housing spaces that city requires, along with permanently funded supportive housing units, and that is also included in the letter that we have sent to all the candidates, right? So absolutely, we'll definitely follow up with the government after the election. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I'd be very pleased to support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, and so we'll just go to speaking to it at this point. If anyone would like to speak to it, this would be the time to click on. Give it a second. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Now, I would like to support this motion. I see the value in it. I understand the barrier of hiring, how it can be an issue, but I am concerned. I've heard it from several people about the piecemeal work that we're doing. We seem to be making decisions before we're getting reports back. So we have a community and safety wellbeing report coming back, and this is something that I could see fitting into that. I know will be fitting into that report, and to see how it all works together, how it all fits into the strategy together. So I would love to see support up until that time, and then see where do we go from there. And I would like to support this, but I still think that we are doing bits and pieces, and then we have a report coming back to us. A good strategy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you through you to Councillor Principe. She makes a very good point, and there is a reason that things may appear piecemeal, and that is that what we are looking at in front of us is truly a provincial responsibility. It actually should not be a city responsibility. What we are looking for is a logical, sensible plan, whole cloth, from the provincial government on how to deal with and how to repair and heal the situations on our streets and the people who suffer them. We mention this a lot, but it still astounds me that perhaps the message has not gone through. This is solvable. All of these things are solvable. In solving them, the system itself saves more money. In the expenditure that we would be making with this motion, the province will realize savings and benefit. And I can guarantee you the city will not get credit for that. It's frustrating, to be sure, that people are dying and need these kinds of supports that the province is responsible for and is not offering to the fullest extent. This council has an opportunity to make right by those people and also make right by our community in helping these people. And by providing some form of certainty to the organizations that offer the help. These organizations are constantly at lack and constantly coming to government saying, we need these things and we need them in a consistent manner, or else we cannot plan for and provide consistent programming. And when that does not happen, it disrupts the lives of the people who are trying to lessen the disruption in their lives because they can't count on us. Well, at some point, the buck has got to stop. At some point, the responsibility has to be taken. And while it is not our legal or fiscal responsibility to do these things, it is, as it is for all people, a moral responsibility. And people should expect a government that is moral and that helps people and that saves money in the helping. And this is exactly what that does. And so while the city of Edmonton as an organization will not see these benefits financially, Edmontonians will, and the province will, and the federal government will. And so that is why it has my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to speak briefly to thank our city staff for the work that they do in building these partnerships, and also to the service providers, the two that are named here in particular. I see firsthand the incredible difference they make in the community. And I think it's so important to remember that, the care that they provide not only supports those experiencing homelessness, but truly supports our entire community. So businesses and also residents who are fortunate to be housed. None of us can thrive if all of us don't thrive. And so I'm really pleased to be supporting these services that help to do that. But as has been pointed out, it's certainly not enough. And I look forward to continuing to explore what resources we can find to put towards the longer term solutions and the interim solutions like bridge housing. So thank you again so much to everyone who is doing this work on a day-to-day basis and making such a big impact in our community.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
And I apologize to my colleagues. I did speak to this at committee, and I don't want to take all 5 minutes, but I just wanted to offer just a little bit more, because I appreciate Councillor Prince's point about the plan, but I do think it's worth just again highlighting. On October 1st, the provincial government released the report of the Coordinated Community Response to Homelessness Task Force. There's a plan. It's been in place, it's been released for 8 months. They've had it for longer. And goodness knows they know the same things in those recommendations for years. So it's there. They just have to do it. So in the meantime, we'll fill in the gaps with the staff doing an incredible job trying to fill in the gaps of something that is insurmountable with our resources, with our capacity. But thank you, as per usual, to everything that you're doing and trying to somehow manage this. When I'm staring at the report again, I think we've all read it. The public's had it. It's actually a really good report. Chief McPhee was there. He was one of the co-chairs. Mr. Corbold was there from the city. We had numerous folks from both Calgary and Edmonton and other places. So we actually have really clear recommendations that cover a wide spectrum of solutions. And if we followed it, if the province followed it, we wouldn't be here today voting on this motion. So yet again, I will vote on this motion. We will spend millions of City of Edmonton money to help as best we can because we are in a crisis. We have been in a crisis for, at this point, as long as I've been on council, if not longer. So, but it's certainly gotten worse in the last 4 years. So, forgive me for speaking once again to my colleagues. That's it. I'll support this, but just wanted to remind everyone that there's reports, and I know everyone in this room knows that. It's more just to remind again the public and everyone else that we could take action. The province could solve this tomorrow if they wanted to. Thank you. I'll take back the chair, and I'll go to Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to start by thanking our administration because, this is a very hard work. You see people hurting on our streets, and you're trying to help them and figure out the best way with very limited resources that we have, and you are making a difference in people's lives. So I really want to appreciate that and your work with agencies who do phenomenal work. As Councillor Stevenson has highlighted these two agencies along with many others. I also want to. I ran into a houseless person, I think, a couple of weeks ago, and she recognized me and she stopped me and said, Mayor, do more for us, right? And I want that person to know, and everyone else who is experiencing houselessness in our city to know that this council deeply cares for them, that administration deeply cares for them, that we are doing what we can in our capacity. Yes, these are band-aid solutions. I agree with Councillor Principe, but we don't have the resources and the legislative authority to figure out permanent solutions. So we have to respond to the crisis, and responding to crisis is always a band-aid solution. But there are solutions out there that can be implemented. In 2022, Edmonton, along with our social agencies and the good work being done by Homeward Trust and others, housed 1,700 Edmontonians who were experiencing houseless before. But the unfortunate part is that more and more Edmontonians and our surrounding neighbors who moved to our city are falling through the cracks. And they're becoming houseless because of poverty, because of mental health issues, and many other contributing factors. So there are solutions out there. All we need to do is convince our partners to scale up those solutions. Permanently funded, supportive housing is the solution. Absolutely, it worked. It continues to work. And let's have a conversation with the new government, and also to acknowledge the support from this government. They stepped up in March for temporary shelters, which is again a band-aid solution, but also they gave $12 million to Homeward Trust for wraparound services for supportive housing. I think we just need to convince them to do more, and I hope there'll be an opportunity to do so right after the elections. So I'm hopeful, but we have to continue to step up whichever way we can. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. I believe. Oh, I'll just return the chair because you can take it back.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Knack. Our next item.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry.
I have a subsequent.
Oh, yes, subsequent. Yes. There is a subsequent from Councillor Tang on the advocacy part, right? So
Yes.
please go ahead.
I'd like to move that the mayor, on behalf of council, write a letter to the premier and the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services to request sufficient resources for sustainable ongoing funding for day shelter support and additional bridge housing spaces as outlined in attachment 2 of report CS 01762.
Okay, and Councillor Knack. Oh, Councillor Paquette? Okay. Councillor Knack, you okay? Okay, Councillor Paquette. Seconded that. All right, we have a motion on the floor.
I'm Happy to introduce. very
Please
quickly.
make the introduction, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I mean, I think we've heard plenty already about, whose role it is for social services, for housing, for shelter. And I feel like every month we circle around this debate of how much do we step into these spaces? Should we? And ultimately we do, because there's not much else as the to fill those holes. And certainly I recognize there has been announcements made around the housing piece, but I didn't want some of the other pieces fall through the crack either. I know that we're very diligent on our advocacy with long lists of asks and the gaps that we've identified. And this isn't just a pandemic issue. These are actually decades of gaps in social and housing policy shortfalls. And so I just kind of want to put the day shelter piece and the bridge housing, of course, bring this up as well. I see them as critical components of the spectrum when we talk about the need in this space. And in fact, we circle these questions of jurisdiction, things that are not in our role, but also is just simply unsustainable with funding from the property tax base. It's extremely difficult, but not just in the space of houselessness and housing, but also in other spaces like schools and senior needs. And so I want to recognize that as well. And I guess finally, these are things I hear from not just the big city, but municipalities, big and small, across the province. And I think I just want to kind of keep this top of mind for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Questions, Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question. I was just wondering about if administration can answer. Is bridge housing typically provincial responsibility, federal responsibility, combined responsibility?
Counselor, this is Jennifer Little from Legal Services. In terms of the constitutional division of powers, topics such as housing and affordable housing are not clearly delineated to a particular order of government. However, there is provincial jurisdiction over matters of a merely local nature, and so there is that space there. And as well, we know that the city does provide supports to bridge housing projects as well. So I think in terms of jurisdictionally, there is a range of multiple order of governments involved, and the city has been an important player in supporting those projects.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just see that we're always to the mover. We're always sending letters to the province, but I don't really see us advocating to the federal government very often, and I'm not sure why. Is that something we can incorporate as well?
I think I will look to administration just in terms of the best avenue to receive this. I mean, I think considering sort of the bulk of jurisdiction and responsibility, we've seen lots of other kinds of investment from the federal government in the housing space. I think this is sort of the gap. Certainly, I've seen, and I'm sure many other colleagues have seen, and the attempt here is to fill a gap. But welcome any feedback from administration if what I'd like to add.
Thank you for the question. So bridge space, we have started to see some success in Edmonton, of course, and it's an approach that administration continues to look at and continues to advocate for. We do that at multiple levels of government and through multiple conversations. We certainly would like to see a move towards more bridge style and away from perhaps some of the congregate style approaches that we have taken, but that's going to take some time and it's going to take some building out. So we have seen some success with council, for example, stepping in, getting those started so that we can prove out that model, which makes it much easier for us to have other conversations with other orders of government about the success there. So we will continue to do so through the many avenues where we have either conversations or looking at opportunities to create bridge space that other orders of government can come in and partner with.
Okay, so am I hearing that you're doing this advocation already?
Yes,
Even without this motion?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Just for clarity, the federal government has stepped up for with like rapid housing initiatives for supportive housing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we are partnering with other levels of government besides the province. Okay, and then I guess to the mover, and I don't want to be petty about wordsmithing, but I'm just wondering, you know, when a new cabinet is formed in June, I'm just wondering, will there still be a Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services? And does that need to be reworded? Or?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, but I just didn't want it to be sent to the ether of government of Alberta, and I think this is a very particular, I think, social services and issue. So I think the intent of this is whoever take on that portfolio certainly should be.
No matter what it's called, whatever, yeah, that
I
realm.
think that maybe, hopefully, is understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, maybe just to circle back to some of the previous lines of questioning. So the federal government, in recent years through the Rapid Housing Initiative, I believe has provided tens of millions of dollars for permanent supportive housing, capital construction.
That's correct. It's close to $60 million.
Close to 60 million. Great. And then, you know, when we're looking to the province for some of the funding, you know, there's the capital component, but I think a lot of what we look to is really those operating funds. And my understanding, again, with permanent supportive housing and bridge housing, those services are, you know, often very squarely like health services, which I think is very clearly a provincial mandate. Yeah.
That's correct, but I would also note that the federal government does provide some support through the money that's provided to Homeward Trust for their operations, and that was doubled during the pandemic also.
Oh, okay, thank you for that clarification as well. You know, following questions earlier, which I thought were a really important point, do you think there's value in maybe adding to this motion, maybe I'll ask the mover, maybe just a part B, so providing to request a sufficient sustainable ongoing funding, and maybe also requesting a detailed update on the implementation of the Minister's Homeless Task Force recommendations that were released in October?
Yes.
Would that be friendly to the Assembly?
I see nods here in the chamber. Councillor Paquette and Councillor Principe, would that be friendly for you to add getting an update on the March task force report? That was October task force report.
Yeah, that's friendly.
Got it. Okay.
Great. I'll put that forward. Thank you.
Okay.
And thanks to the mover for bringing this.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have to clarify something that I heard that I believe it was said that constitutionally all governments are responsible for social or supportive or bridge housing. Did I hear that correct?
Councillor, thank you for your question. My comment was just that the constitutional division of powers doesn't actually clearly delineate the topics of housing or affordable housing or shelters or bridge housing to a particular order of government. And by virtue of that, there is some flexibility and space for each order of government to have a role and to provide solutions. So it's a bit of a gray area where there is movement for participation of each level of government, although, as noted, matters of a merely local nature do fall within provincial jurisdiction. So there definitely is a space for the provincial government here.
Okay, so for the public listening in, they may get the impression that we are all equally responsible. However, if you were to ask CMHC, they would say that the province is clearly responsible as a primary federal government is secondary and municipalities working as a sort of a support structure to make that happen. So any thoughts on that?
I would simply say from a purely legal perspective, the constitutional division of powers just doesn't provide that clear head of direction as to the
Okay, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. We have very clear legislation on what municipalities are responsible for.
We do have under our MGA different powers that are provided to us through statutory legislation, and in terms of affordable housing, we do have some very unique powers that the province has provided to us to help work towards solutions, whether that's affordable housing agreements, inclusionary powers.
I just have to pause you there. So the clear authority of those special powers is derived from the province.
Correct. So
nowhere in the MGA does it say that municipalities are responsible for housing.
Correct. That under the MGA, it doesn't say that the city is responsible for housing or affordable housing. But you're absolutely correct. By virtue of the provincial role in that space, we do have powers under the MGA to provide our own role within that sphere. And I think that's where we've seen really amazing contributions by the city in terms of the projects that we've supported through funding or other supports. So I think that's a thoughtful comment, Councillor Paquette.
Okay, sure. But we also have social housing agreements that provinces and territories sign. And that is another legal or policy level that clearly indicates that provinces and territories are responsible.
There are funding agreements between the different orders of government. So I would agree that the province does have an important space in this role.
Yeah. So I think we need to have this very crystal clear that perhaps constitutionally is not clearly delineated, but in other forms of funding agreements and by the province's own legislation, municipalities are not responsible for housing. However, the province, who is responsible by nature of the legislation, can give the city extra authorities, which ostensibly are provincial authorities.
The province does have the ability to settle in legislation authorities for the city to use, and those can be in the housing space. Yes, I would agree.
Yeah, I think that we have to have this very clear. Otherwise, it's going to be used as a way to avoid responsibility when it is actually quite clear who has the authority and the power. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson? So do you second round, so you already have one round. Oh, I see. Okay, you don't have no more questions. So that new, okay, I see the motion is updated with on the task force. Got it. Okay. All right. So that concludes the questions. Anyone to speak? Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this forward. I feel, though, that we've done a lot of advocacy letters to the province, and I'm not so convinced about their effectiveness at this point, but, you know, we'll see what happens at the end of May here. I also have some real tensions with diluting our advocacy efforts on shelter because it is a Band-Aid solution. And, you know, at the end of the day, we have every level of government has finite resources and they have to make decisions within those resources. And what I have seen often from a systems perspective is that the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And so we end up dealing with intervention and Band-Aid solutions instead of sustainable long-term changes to the system. And so while I will support this, because I also am very curious to find out what has happened with the recommendations from that task force, as we have not heard anything as of yet. And I think the bridge housing spaces is a very important thing. I do think we need to be cautious about, I think even, in conversations that admin is having with the provincial government, highlighting that we need to address both the immediacy of the issue, but maybe it's not permanent funding or ongoing funding. Maybe it is funding that's sufficient as required, and as those numbers ideally reduce, that funding can be reallocated. So I don't know what that looks like, but I just want to highlight and shore up my tension around, yes, there is a need for day shelter right now, and we saw that clearly in supporting, we're filling that gap with the previous motion, and shelters are not the solution. Shelters are not what is going to get us to less encampments, to less people on the streets, to less harm caused to community and to the individuals most vulnerable. And so there's a real tension there that I'm feeling. With that, though, I will still support this because there is an immediate need. And hopefully we can have some of those really constructive conversations with all orders of government around how we actually change the system, because I think it was really poignant when Councillor Tang brought up. Let's be clear, this isn't just a pandemic issue. The pandemic just shored up and brought to life what was already broken in our systems prior to the pandemic. I didn't start working on housing and homelessness in 2020. I was working on it well before then, and those issues still existed. It just exacerbated and brought them to light more abruptly. And so we need that actual honest conversations about systems change and what is broken in our system and how do we fix it. And there might be ideological differences, but I am confident that we can also find common ground if we actually work together with other orders of government and spaces that we do agree. And so my hope is that, we send letters, but at some point we actually sit down and have dialogue around a table on these topics and find those common grounds and how we can move forward as a collective council, not just, with the mayor himself or a few select members of council, but with council as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, I guess just very briefly, I've kind of spoken to this during committee already, and maybe, I think we've chatted a lot about all the other pieces. I have mentioned that committee, I actually really don't like the term day shelter because I don't know if it accurately captures exactly what goes on in these services. Community hubs, service centers. We've heard a lot in the past year and a half that one of the challenges that we're having in the sector is once we connect with someone, we have nowhere to direct them to because of lack of these hubs and services. And I think this kind of fills the gap. And I would really encourage the sector to maybe reimagine and rethink that terminology to properly describe what actually goes on. Communities connect with each other, they connect with services, but they, I think it's a very important space to, and I think as we see some of the challenges we're facing with our winters, with our summers, with our fires, people need places to go, and this provides that option, and I think the more welcoming we can make it, the adequate services that would provide, it will give people a good reason to go, and helps alleviate some of the pressures that we see, and in some of the other spectrum, it's not kind of the long term, but again, this is just another gap that's been there for a long time, I can appreciate the challenge we face with letter sending and writing, and I think this is just one of the mechanics that we have to kind of just be on top of. And there's other mechanics that tactics that we explore with advocacy, and this is just one of the tools that we have. Appreciate the support from many people who have spoken on this already, and I know we're going to be coming back to this topic again. We're going to be coming back to, what other space are we going to be stepping into that we shouldn't, nor do we have the, the sustainable funding for. But every time I think we do take an action, I would like to see it coupled with just further dialogue. And I know those dialogues are happening, and I think this is really an attempt to put it in the public light as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So please vote.
We're just waiting for one vote.
I'm in favor.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, so that deals with 7.3. Next one is 7.4, City Plan New Urban Trees, Urban Planning Committee Report, and I'll go to Chair Stevenson to introduce the item.
Thank you very much. At our last Urban Planning Committee meeting, we had an update on our urban tree work that is underway. What administration shared with us is that we are on track to meet our tree planting goals of 2 million new trees and also achieve 20% canopy cover in the city under our current programs. We heard from a number of speakers who expressed desire to see continued and enhanced protection of trees, and we had some further conversation at that point. There are a number of discussion points, particularly around introducing or not introducing a private tree protection bylaw, as well as some of the other tools that we have. We also discussed some of the existing opportunities that we have to support tree protection and retention that are currently not funded, for example. So this was requisitioned to council without recommendation, and look forward to continuing this conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So I exempted this because I have a few motions related to this. I'll pass the chair on to Councillor Knack.
I'll take the chair and go to Mayor Sohi for the motions.
All right, so
Point of order.
I'll wait on the point of order. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
If the motion is on the floor, because it was requisitioned before I got to my second round of questions at committee, so I want to make sure I can still ask questions on the general report.
Absolutely,
even
yeah.
if the
Mayor
motion-
Sohi can make the motion. We can ask questions of
Okay,
both the general
because usually we
report
focus on the motion at council, but I want to be able to.
because we didn't get a chance to cover it,
Okay.
we'll give some leeway on
Perfect,
that.
thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Mayor Sohi, do you want to go ahead and make
thank
the motion?
you. The wording was provided to clerk, but I'll read it in the record. That administration work with key partners, the Government of Alberta and regional municipalities on a roadway beautification plan through tree planting on Highway 2 from Edmonton International Airport and into Edmonton on Gateway Boulevard, and the report back to committee. And the second part is that administration review the unfunded service packages detailed in attachment 3 of the May 2nd, 2023 City Operations Report C001328 related to tree planting, forest growth, preservation, and ongoing maintenance, and include updated unfunded service package for the fall 2023 supplemental operating and capital budget adjustment deliberation as appropriate.
Second.
And that's seconded by Councillor Paquette. Mayor Sohi, did you want to take 2 minutes and introduce it?
Yes, I want to thank your administration for the great work that they have been doing on this, and we have heard a great deal about the importance of preserving and growing our urban tree canopy. First, I have often heard from business community and residents in Edmonton that the long Gateway Highway 2 corridor from the EIA into the city is very unappealing. Many have asked for beautification and trees to be planted along the corridor to make it more attractive and welcoming for folks driving into the city. A beautified tree-lined corridor leading into the city will be an incredible way to demonstrate our collective pride as Alberta's capital city and that we are a city that cares about climate resilience and nature everywhere. And it will be important to collaborate with partners, particularly Government of Alberta, because they own Highway 2 outside of the city limits. So let's reimagine. Reimagine beautiful green tree-lined corridor that will welcome everyone that will come into our city for work, study, play, and returning home. And the second part is there are a number of unfunded packages regarding the operating impact of capital from tree planting, park and open spaces growth, and unfunded capital related to natural area acquisition. And I would like us to reconsider these packages in the upcoming supplemental budget adjustment, as these are related to tree planting and protection and sustaining what we have planted or acquired that the city will have more direct control over. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into questions of either the overall report or the motion on the floor. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just quick, I had sent an amendment, a friendly amendment, what I considered friendly, to the mayor's office, but it maybe just didn't get in time, that we add capital profiles because there is unfunded capital profiles as well as service packages within that attachment. So I just want to be crystal clear that we want both capital and operating.
I'll confirm. Is that that's friendly for everyone? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we'll make that adjustment. Thank you. And continue on.
Okay, so the line of questioning that I had was really around the GBA plus analysis section of the report. I found that it kind of missed a big piece of what we need to think about. So I guess what considerations, when we look at tree canopy and tree canopy coverage, have we ever overlaid where there's tree canopy coverage and the percentages of that with other population data, such as income levels across neighborhoods?
Councillor, I'll start, and likely we'll get some support. But we've just started in many of our other programs, if you recall, with our sidewalk maintenance as well as our mobility safety, we've started to overlay that data in terms of equity-based analysis. So that would be likely something we would do as part of how we roll out where we plant and when we plant. So it's a consideration that we haven't done in the past, but certainly going forward would be part of what we would do.
Because it's not in this report. So like I want to say that it says specific impact assessments and equity measures will be examined during the development. But when there's bullet points of all of the equity things that you would consider, there's nothing about the distribution of the canopy across the city and other demographic factors.
So we, as you said, we didn't include it in the report, but it's something we would definitely consider. And we're moving that way in terms of all of our programs, is to look at how equity overlays in terms of any of the, whether it's programs or projects.
Do we have a sense right now of like how, so we have a 13% canopy coverage. Is that equal across Edmonton?
It's not, and I think that's dependent not so much on how and where we're planting, but more of a function of how and when the neighborhoods were developed and where the space is.
Yeah.
And so some neighborhoods don't have boulevards and some do. But to touch on the last question, we are, that is one of our key considerations with the mapping tool. So we do have some information online that's publicly available. That is a part of one of our capital projects to use some GIS tools to map out where exactly we can plant and equity and distribution.
So with the capital profile on the additional trees that we're going to be planting, I can be assured, or it can be confirmed today that that will be a consideration in administrations where we actually plant the trees, specifically on public property?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. That was the question I had for that. And then one of the things that I also found stood out to me was, you know, I understand there's no, or it takes a long time for a new tree to have the same benefits as a mature tree. However, one of the things that stood out to me in the report was the lack of sort of any kind of mechanism for like kind of holding people to account on landscaping requirements in infill. Can you elaborate on that a little bit for me?
So we have a development permit inspection team that focuses on the development in terms of setbacks, and height has largely been their focus in terms of how the development compliance is working. It is a space that we recognize we need to look more into to ensure compliance on small-scale residential landscaping requirements. So it's something we're looking at, collecting data to understand how much non-compliance is happening there to be able to refocus our efforts.
Okay, and so I know that there's a potential subsequent, so would that, would you need a motion, I guess, to start to do that work?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, because you're finding that the compliance with the other items are high, so you can move on to more less compliant items.
That's right. And I think too, aligning with our climate goals and the importance of landscaping and ensuring that tree planting is there is a priority for administration.
And will it still be reliant on neighbors, reporting on neighbors, or will it be proactive?
Proactive.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Salvador next for questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you to the mayor for moving this. I guess just on the second part, and this is to administration, we're talking a lot about being able to plant new trees and bring new trees into our communities, both on public and private property. But what really is standing out to me is just the insufficient resources to simply maintain the existing canopy that we have. So I guess when I look at this, it looks like those unfunded packages that were not approved during budget, we're going to get to talk about those again. Do those packages contain what we need in order to maintain our current canopy to a better standard than we've been able to?
Short answer is yes. And so what one of the service packages that was not funded, brought forward at budget, is just to catch up on all the trees that have grown over the last budget cycle. And so we can certainly bring that forward. But further to some of the other capital projects or capital profiles that have been approved, as those mature, so the watering and getting those trees up and running for the first few years is covered within that capital profile. And so we'll intend to bring forward another service package to cover the operating cost of all these additional new trees for the next cycle.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, would look forward to seeing that. Would there also be consideration given to I'll just say the health of our trees and mitigating any sort of risk around the loss of our boulevard trees, for example, to things like Dutch elm disease, just making sure that they are as healthy as possible and that we have the resources and teams available to make sure that that's taken care of?
Yeah, so the service package includes all things to maintain the life of the asset, so stake, wire removal, new assets, tree assessments, inspections, and all of our natural areas, boulevard trees. So I think the short answer is it would be included in that as well.
Fantastic. Great. I'm happy to hear that. And then maybe just moving in a slightly different direction. I was listening into the conversation at committee, didn't get a chance to ask questions, but one of the things that really stuck with me is it seemed like a lot of the conversation was focused on the infill context when it came to consideration of anything in the realm of a private tree bylaw or just retaining some of those mature trees on private property. But it's really sticking out to me, and we saw an example of this just at yesterday's public hearing. There are massive tree stands in a lot of the greenfield areas that are very top of mind for me when I think about ecological integrity and simply the loss of biomass and canopy overall. That's a really important piece too. So I'm just looking for a little bit of surety that is not lost in this conversation that seems to have been dominated by an infill context. Where does that fit in?
Councillor Salvador, through the planning process, particularly starting at an area structure plan and then further through to a neighborhood structure plan, we conduct, or part of the technical requirements are an ecological network assessment. So that's looking at the form and the function and the structure and the integrity of the trees or the natural areas that are part of a developing community. And we look at how that can be incorporated into the neighborhood plan in terms of a tree stand, a park space, or even integrated with a stormwater management facility. So when you look at the overall neighborhood structure plan, as we get into that detail, we find that we can retain some aspects of the ecological system.
Okay, well, I appreciate that piece, and yeah, that's just really, really important.
Councillor Salvador, if I just might add, I mean, the reality is that there isn't enough dollars to be able to keep all of those trees in greenfield areas as well. So I think as part of this tree conversation, we need to proceed carefully to make sure that we're not looking only at one part of the city and that we're looking at the city as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely, and that we're applying any sort of changes or future potential bylaws in an equitable manner across the entirety of the city. Yeah, I'll probably have to come back for another round, but maybe just a quick one. Looking at some of the potential programs and projects and improvements that were listed in attachment 1, how are we able to monitor the efficacy of some of those interventions? Do we have sort of tools and we're ready to monitor and collect data for those types of programs? Or would that be something that would be brought online through additional service packages? And I can come back. I'm out of time. I'll come back.
Sounds great. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, you know, that dovetails into some questions that I had as well, was just around the data collection and monitoring. So what I think I heard earlier is that we were just starting to evolve some of our data around compliance. It didn't seem that we have clear statistics in terms of uptake of some of the tree retention incentives that we provide. Is that true?
That's correct, Councillor Stevenson. We don't have clear data to track how many are leveraging those regulations.
Okay. And also just wondering too, in the assumptions in the models in terms of us being able to achieve our 20% canopy coverage, what assumptions were made around tree retention on private property, or do we know that?
Councillor, can we just check into that and get back to you?
Of course, yeah, fairly technical one, and I think, you know, I think the bigger point for me, maybe, you know, just emphasizing the importance of ensuring that the assumptions we make about how we achieve that plan are actually what we see in reality. So wondering if there's maybe interest that could potentially come in the form of a subsequent motion. For me, you know, I guess I would say I have a lot of confidence in the work that's happening. I think there's a lot of tools and sort of incremental improvements that we can make to the tools. But for me, having that sort of check-in point to be able to assess progress, understand where we're at sort of on an annual basis potentially. Do you think that you know, having maybe a year or so to work on some of that data collection and reporting would be a good timeline to check back in?
One of the mechanisms we do already have in place is the annual reporting on the city plan. So the goals and progress towards our tree planting targets, canopy coverage, or sorry, I should say tree planting would be incorporated into the annual report just on city plan as a whole. In terms of canopy coverage, that's an exercise that we intend on measuring every 4 years. So there likely wouldn't be an annual report on or annual metrics or update on overall canopy coverage just based on the frequency at which we plan on executing that exercise.
Okay, thanks for that.
Councillor, just in terms of tree loss, the modeling did incorporate a number of assumptions about potential loss and also included estimates for private property and also identified what the changes would be in terms of impacts to natural areas as a result of growth in greenfield.
Okay, interesting. Well, I think, you know, that speaks to, you know, some comments I heard from our public speakers at our committee meeting. You know, I think there was the suggestion that we are, you know, seeing a dramatic loss in tree canopy coverage. I think a Stats Canada study was quoted, and when I went to look at that study, that's not what I found in the findings. It seemed actually that our tree canopy held quite steady in the study periods. Is that your understanding as well?
From my understanding, there's growth and losses in certain areas, but I think generally as a whole across the city, it hasn't had a dramatic decrease.
Great. And my understanding too is that we use the technology that we use to measure our canopy coverage is actually a bit more sophisticated or a bit more detailed than what Stats Canada uses.
The technology that we use is both we've used what's called Urban Primary and Land Vegetation Inventory, so UPLVI, and then LiDAR as well, so light detection and ranging technologies. And so the LiDAR was recently used in as early as 2021. And so then both of those methods are used for aerial imagery, and it's probably could go on about the technology, but I would say it's quite sophisticated in terms of how that is captured.
Great. So that piece is, again, very detailed, and we're watching that closely. And again, that would be reported on a 4-year basis.
On a 4-year basis, yeah. And I just have another stat here as well. The from 2012 to 2019, our canopy, we've measured growing from 10% up to 13. So I think that would be consistent with overall it has not had a reduction in case it's actually had an increase.
An increase. Great. Okay, well, thank you so much for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Before we go to Councillor Tang, we have some guests with us. Hello, everyone. We have the grade 6 class from Kahiwan School. Their teacher, Miss Elizabeth, is it Mubarak? Did I get it? Okay, excellent. And they are from Ward Ipikokanipiootsi, which means your counselor, who is there, Councillor Jennifer Rice, waving hello to you there. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. It's great to see you, and thanks for being a part of us today. In case you're wondering why I'm greeting you and not the mayor, it's because the mayor has made a motion about trees that we are debating right now, and the mayor cannot be the chair of the meeting and have a motion on the floor at the same time. So he is busy trying to convince us of the value of trees in this city. I don't think he'll have a tough job convincing us, by the way. So we are excited to have you. Are you here the whole day, or for a week, or just the day today? Just the morning. Excellent. Are you doing a mock council as well? We did. Okay. Who was the mayor? Over there, Mayor. What did you decide on today? Love it. What did you decide about the chickens? Are we allowed to have them? We are allowed to have them? Thank you. I appreciate that. I know many Edmontonians will as well. Well, thank you all for joining us. We're going to continue on with the debate. Stay as long as you'd like. And I will go over to Councillor Tang next.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just sorry, and I think we have discussed this, but if you can just be really clear and remind me, for the tree canopy, it's on both public and private land? Yes.
That's right. It covers both. It covers the whole city.
And I think I just, just building on some of the other threads, and if you can just confirm my understanding too. So for example, yesterday we just approved a rezoning that actually added quite a bit of forest and trees in the greenfield development, but over time that will be turned over to the city. And I'm just wondering if, as part of your inventory management, are you capturing that, like from at the rezoning stage, and so now that's going to be added to that canopy percentage? Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, that's good to know. And I have a question on the second motion around the unfunded service package, and I know we're going to get a pretty thorough OP12 update tomorrow, but wondering where does kind of urban tree management sits as part of the broader OP12 discussion?
Councillor, I think as we start having those conversations about OP12, there'll be a number of different discussions about what priorities should roll out of OP12 in terms of additions or changes, and that will be part of that discussion. So right now, this is really based on the work that we had done as part of the previous budget submission and then in response to this.
I would just add, Councillor, that I would put it under the category, it's certainly an opportunity to add funding if there's, as part of the 240 million and transitioning. It's not in the category of a potential, cut, I would say.
Yeah, I guess I'm not thinking cuts or necessarily addition, but I think if the goal is to really kind of shift resource towards more, the priority area, it's fine if you haven't gotten to the stage of identifying priority from each department, but I guess I just want to, I'm curious about how that conversation might potentially change when this does come back in the fall.
Yeah, I think the only change could be additional resources if we can find some stuff. I think, the management of this, I clearly identified as a core service, for example.
Exactly.
As part of our determination. So, the only thing I see here is opportunity to invest more focus on this, not any other way around. Yeah.
And in terms of support, it would also align with council's priority around climate and climate resilience.
Absolutely. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. We can ask questions generally about any of these aspects or suburban or just on the motion?
You can ask on both the motion and on the report because the entire report had not been finished for debate at committee. So go ahead and ask any questions generally.
Okay, I have I support the mayor's subsequent motion. I think adding trees to that stretch would help with the beautification and a number of other factors there. I hope that we would address the fine print there that they'd be far enough back from the roadway that they aren't corroded by salt or other road waste, etc., and they can sustain longer. I know we've hit a few challenges there. I guess my question to administration is just the intersection here between this conversation about tree preservation and the zoning bylaw renewal and the in particular the small scale residential zone. So I sometimes get fuzzy between the different iterations of the zoning bylaw, but as it stands right now with the current draft that's out for engagement right now, what tree preservation is possible? Can we maybe start there?
So, Councillor Jans, we have some regulations related to incentive where you can be given credit for retaining mature trees on site. And then there's minimum tree and shrub requirements for the regulations.
So that would be incentive, but there's no requirement to retain.
Correct.
So as it stands right now, if you have a lot, whether you own it currently or you purchase it new, you can effectively clear cut the lot. You can remove everything in order to put something up. But once you put something up, there is a requirement to put up something new.
That's correct.
So what spacing is available in under the residential zone to put up new trees?
So for your information, on June 20th at Urban Planning Committee, we'll talk specifically about the zoning bylaw draft. But I do have some information in terms of the requirements, and it's based on the site width. So the wider the site, the more trees and more shrubs are required. There are also regulations that limit the impervious surface on the property as well.
Could you elaborate on those?
I also want us just to, because it is a draft that's just been released to the public, and with anything that might come back to public hearing, I also want us to be a little careful. I know you're trying to get to.
Sure. Okay.
So,
how about let me try
yeah,
this way,
it's just
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, caution. Thank you.
Okay, so there is no current requirement to preserve trees. I think that's a problem. I think I've heard from others that that's a problem. We want to look at that. I want to make sure that whatever we come up with here as a tree preservation bylaw interfaces properly with whatever we're doing with zoning. And I understand certain trees and certain types need a lot more room to stretch. And I'm just concerned about that as well too, that we don't want to be bonsai farmers. So I'm just trying to get more understanding here on how we can navigate that. And I understand there may be a subsequent motion from some of my colleagues, so maybe I'll save those questions for then. But I guess does administration or does the mover want to, I guess, comment further on how we're gonna navigate the tree preservation question?
I will defer that to administration. Like, where does that fit into some of those unfunded service packages?
So right now, private tree bylaw is not contemplated as a recommendation from administration.
Okay, so then that'll have to be the direction of council, and just confirming, like, we don't when we look at like a public hearing, we do these counts about trees, and we would have some sort of incentive for trees, and this would be in the mature neighborhoods when we're looking at an infill project. But we don't have any sort of tree preservation or anything, or in terms of or an incentive program in suburban areas, right?
The regulations would still apply, whether it's suburban or redeveloping. When it comes to retaining large tracts of tree stands, we do that through the neighborhood structure plan and retaining trees through tree stand or the ecological network of a neighborhood.
Okay. All right. Well, I will I'll support the mayor's motion, and then.
Thank you. You're out of time. Councillor Rice. I'm heartless.
So, two questions. The first question is regarding the development, and so also regarding the infrastructure construction, because any infrastructure construction and land development involved the tree removes or tree cutting. For that specific sense, because right now, and I heard the concern is really about we losing the mature trees, and here we cut the mature trees. On the other hand, we spend so much money to plant new trees, but the new trees that grow up cannot speed up, and because it may take 100 years to get mature trees. Is there any specific policy in our trees management framework or policy to identify very clear approach or clear criteria? So what type of tree we need preserve, we need keep them. What type of tree, if we are remove them or cut them, what mitigation strategy and can be implemented right away, and instead of leave that gap there and between our city and keep our green spaces for the trees and then plant the new trees. So that's first question.
So, Councillor, in terms of trees on public lands, we do have our public tree bylaw, which covers off what can be done with and to trees that are on public property. It also does include preservation guidelines in terms of what needs to be done to preserve trees, and that's always the first priority, is to try and preserve. If there is no ability to preserve for specific site reasons, then there's the requirements to replace, and that is based on a number of specific site conditions, from type of tree to location to the type of construction. So that is addressed within our tree preservation program, and it's required for anybody working on public property.
So if we have that policy in place, that's bylaw in place, and why the public concerns and still come to the councillor's office, speak to myself, my inbox, my phone calls, still receive this type, what is the gap there?
The concern that we heard from the speakers at committee were related to trees on private property. So I think
that's my next question, but I'm talking about the public area. So I still receive phone calls, emails, and even though we have this tree bylaw in the place for the public lined, but it's still there. So what specific then gap there, and how we can do to fill that gap and really increase that public awareness or understanding, and why certain trees be removed.
So, Councillor, I think you just mentioned public awareness, and that's probably the biggest thing, because again, the priority is to preserve trees, but in specific situations, depending on the type of tree and the conditions, it may not be possible to preserve the trees. Certainly, from what we hear from a lot of speakers and citizens, is that there's a desire to preserve all trees. Unfortunately, there are situations where we can't. So in those cases, we try our best, if it's a project, to try and explain what the circumstances are around the project and as to why the trees need to be removed. But again, there are always, concerned citizens that want to have all the trees preserved, and again, that's not always possible, but it is our goal.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Principe next.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I just have a question about the private tree bylaw. I know in the report I read that it is not recommended by administration. If this motion that's on the floor passes, how will that affect, or will that affect the private tree bylaw?
No, Councillor Principe, we are not recommending a private tree bylaw. So this motion wouldn't relate to anything on private.
Okay, great. Thanks. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn the chair over. Oh, before I do that, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. With the private tree bylaw, could it be reintroduced? Like this doesn't like preclude us from reintroducing something maybe with some parameters around it as far as like minimum requirements for number of trees on a site?
So Councillor Wright, minimum trees, regulating minimum requirements, we can direct that through the zoning bylaw. So June 20th, Urban Planning Committee, we can talk further on the specific details related to landscaping requirements. As it relates to a private tree bylaw, certainly council can direct administration to proceed with that work, and we'd start with researching the feasibility and putting some parameters about what that could look like before we would have a bylaw.
Okay. And then I'm just also wondering, I know Councillor Rutherford had talked about the GBA analysis and that. Any analysis given to things like migratory birds that use those trees to nest in, or the impact on them?
We have extensive programs for protection of migratory birds through legislation, and that's primarily through our naturalization work. So areas that are currently being naturalized or are a naturalized site that require treatment for us, then we have professional biologists that go out there and determine the risks associated with that. So we are adhering to all of the regulatory requirements for protection of migratory birds.
Okay, but that's just on sites that we're naturalizing. I'm just wondering, sites that are already natural for those migratory birds, and yet we're going to go in and clear cut some areas?
So, Councillor, are you referring to areas that are going to be developed and trees removed? Is that what you're referring to?
On private property, we are not looking at the trees, but I do think, or the migratory birds, but I do believe there's a requirement for some trees to consider birds. I'm not sure of that.
Councillor, I think we can take that away and just get a little bit more details in terms of how migratory birds are dealt with. I know Mr. Beer alluded to how we deal with them in naturalized areas and when we do work, but certainly in terms of tree stands and what we plant, when we plant, we'll take that away and can give you some more detailed information if that would work.
Okay, that would, yes, thank you very much. And I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. So just on, because, I know we're sort of debating a hypothetical, but the report did talk about the recommendation that you didn't want to do necessarily a tree bylaw. Is that the only option? Like, could this be, could we examine what it would be? Could there be permit requirements? So if you're looking to demolish your property, could we have it something set up that way without going as is that less onerous as an example than a bylaw? Is that something we could consider?
I think it's always possible to consider options, certainly, but I think we have to be mindful about what's the outcome we're trying to achieve. If you require a tree removal permit before you demolish, how do we enforce? Or if somebody looks to just remove their trees before they apply for permits. So there's all kinds of variables, including the size, the structure, the type, the health of the tree. Certainly unhealthy trees we'd want people to remove. So there would be some analysis and parameters we want to explore before pursuing a bylaw and get further direction from council on that. So.
So if, because I'm thinking about, because I don't know if the other subsequent's going to cover that, but I'm thinking about a subsequent that would allow you to examine those options, whether it's a bylaw, how specific we want to go. I mean, I know there are some cities that, again, any tree you want to remove, you have to get an arborist report. That might be a little too extreme, whereas what we hear about. So you could do that, but pending guidance. You would need guidance from council, otherwise you're not going to spend your time because you've made your recommendation at this point.
That's correct, Councillor Knack. We'd want to start with doing some comprehensive research first, and certainly we need to establish budget and resources to be able to do that work as well.
Okay, well, I will bring that discussion forward at the appropriate time. Okay, I will take the chair back.
Yes, return the chair.
I mean, I don't know if you actually have to say it, but I just always wait for it until it happens. I feel like I can't operate until you say that. Thank you. Councillor Rice was on the board from before. I think you just didn't get removed, correct? You're not, yeah. Thank you. So there are no further questions on the motion on the floor. So at this point, we can move to speaking to the motion on the floor specifically, knowing that there's at least one subsequent motion, I think, from Councillor Stevenson. So I don't need to speak to this, so I will make sure my name is gone. Oh, I'm gone, yeah, and we'll wait for, I'm sure the mayor will want to close. Does anyone want to speak to fill the gap of time so the mayor can come back? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I will chime in to say I am so excited about the first part of this motion. The roadway beautification, I think, it's more than climate change goals. I think it has a huge role to play in attracting investment and visitors to our city. So it helps achieve climate change, it helps make our city more beautiful, but I think will also profoundly support economic development and growth in our community. I'm also really pleased to see number 2 going forward. To use a fairly apt metaphor, I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit that we are not achieving right now in terms of the care and preservation of our existing urban forest. So I'm really pleased to see these coming forward for funding that I think they deserve as very important parts of our city. So with that, I'll close, or finish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador, speaking to her.
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel like it's always a good day when we get to talk about trees. And it's not surprising to me, but it is very impressive and heartening just to know how passionate Edmontonians are about trees and our urban tree canopy. It was one of the most common things that I heard at the doors, and that's continued throughout this term, and I think we saw that reflected at the committee meeting we had with all the speakers that came out to express their comments about the importance of this conversation. So one of the highlights for me as I was reading this report is that we are on track for our planting targets for 2030. So I just want to commend administration on that and just say that I have confidence in the work that is underway. So thank you for your commitment to continual improvement in this space to ensure that we truly are greener as we grow. I do think it's important to note, though, that in order for administration to continue doing this work and to do more, they do need to be properly resourced. One of the warnings that really stood out to me in this report is that existing operational budgets and resources are insufficient for adequate maintenance of the current inventory. So I'm very pleased to see that we'll have an opportunity to circle back to the unfunded service packages related not only to new trees, but the maintenance, upkeep, and ongoing care of the existing canopy so that we can ensure these natural assets have the support they need to continue to thrive. And then maybe I did just want to touch on this piece because typically when we talk about the value of trees, it's usually in the context of climate change and the environment. There are obvious benefits like reducing the urban heat island effect, which is all the more relevant these days, sequestration of carbon, flood mitigation, and the attraction and retention of different species and biodiversity to our communities. But I also think it's important to highlight the physical and mental health benefits of a city that is full of trees and full of life. Nature-based solutions to climate change have a multitude of benefits to support our quality of life, and as was mentioned, our competitiveness as a city, which I think is illustrated in the first part of this motion. So very pleased to support this, and I look forward to continuing this conversation and to receiving those regular updates when we discuss city plan implementation. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Chair Knack. Really appreciate this conversation. One thing that I would say is I was ruminating during this conversation and about this motion. How long have I wanted trees lining Gateway Boulevard? And the answer is as long as I can remember. So literally decades. And it took this mayor far less than that to put forward this motion. So, you know, a man of action is always appreciated. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would love to throw my full-throated support to this motion beyond just seconding it. If I could third it, I would as well. You know, when we get rid of trees, it's heartbreaking. But this motion to add trees, especially in a way that beautifies our city, that welcomes people into our city in a really wonderful way, and a way that speaks to the values of this city, is really phenomenal. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I don't know what I was going to say, but it felt like I might have just said my last name all of a sudden. That was very self-absorbed with me.
You've got a knack for it.
Yeah, apparently. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I am very excited to see this come forward, especially, you know, want to speak a bit more to point 2, because I think, you know, budget was a really hard time and there were tough decisions that we had to make, but I know that the reversal of that decision on that amendment specifically around natural space acquisition, especially those tree stands that have, you know, significance for migratory birds or in the green fields, I think is really important. So I'm glad that, you know, as we go through this process, we're balancing that need with, you know, OP12 with also what truly is important and what Edmontonians want us to show up and support. And as Councillor Salvador mentioned, you know, trees are probably as close to a high percentage you're going to see in a survey in terms of support for that. So I think it's without a doubt. So I'm excited to debate that again in the fall supplemental budget, because, you know, we all have our sobering up regrets, and I regret removing or reconsidering that motion. So I'm glad to see it back on the table. And I think that, you know, this brings up such a rich conversation about the role we can play in the public space for this motion, and making sure we're properly funding our services to maintain the trees that we have, because to me it's about growth, but it's also about making sure the things that we have are protected and preserved and kept as well, both on, for in this case, and this related to this motion, on public right of way. And I also think, you know, beautification of, as Councillor Paquette highlighted, I think beautification of that entrance to our city is long overdue, and excited to see that be more of something that we can take pride in as people come to visit our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah, you know, our city is absolutely a beautiful city. And one of the reasons that it's such a beautiful city is because of our tree canopy and the river valley and parks and open public spaces that we have. So, you know, we need to make sure that we are allocating proper resources to protect that and enhance that. Budgets are always tough discussions. There are always trade-offs, but supplemental budget discussions provide us opportunity to relook and revisit some of those decisions, and I think I look forward to that conversation in the fall. Our city, the first impression of our city when people get off the airport and get onto highway is not the actual impression what our city is, and I think we need to change that. Andre has been already working on this with some of the partners, and so look forward to that report coming to us. This will also be a great collaboration with regional partners and the Airport Authority and the Government of Alberta, so we can build on that ongoing collaboration and look forward to that too. I'm really excited about this. I think this gave us the ability to just reimagine that corridor coming into our city. And I drove around our city when I was a DATS driver, when I was bus driver. One of the most delightful ride on that was 97th Street. The way those trees are around Greaseball, right? Those trees are so beautiful, right? And there are other areas as well, right? I think people enjoy our city very, very much, and let's make that corridor as enjoyable as well coming into our city. Yeah. So look forward to that.
Thank you very much. Please vote, everyone.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. And I will return the chair to Mayor Sohi.
All right, thank you. We have 20 minutes. Our next item is, subsequent, right? Oh, yeah, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to put a subsequent motion on the floor that administration provide a report outlining a roadmap of current programs, projects, and initiatives to support the planting, expansion, maintenance, and retention of trees on public and private property, including data collection, ongoing monitoring, and reporting due in Q3 2024.
Second.
Many people seconded that. 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Tang. Second, third. Okay, Councillor Rutherford. Okay. All right. Okay. Can you make the introduction, please, Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. This motion is really intended to recognize what I think is some very excellent work underway, while also recognizing the huge importance that trees have in our community. This report is meant to be a touch point where we can get an update on the work that's happened and understand what we may need to tweak or expand or strengthen to ensure that we continue to meet and hopefully exceed our tree planting and tree canopy goals. Nothing more to add at this point, but happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I was wondering, I recognize the organizations like IDEA, they do quite a bit of education with their membership around tree preservation. I'm wondering, maybe to the mover, was a roadmap like this include initiatives like that?
Yeah, that's a wonderful point that you raise, and I think that would be my hope that, again, this roadmap, it's really all the players, all the members, all the community in terms of the programs, projects, initiatives that they have underway. I think this is a great place, again, where we can be updated on that full community effort in this work.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just add too, because I think this came up during committee, there are a lot of community groups, volunteers, beyond Roots for Trees that if we're going to consider private industry, I certainly would like to see those being included.
Yeah, I think that may be a question to administration in terms of compiling some of that information, but my understanding is that those relationships are very close, that I would assume that information could be readily incorporated, but perhaps administration would have more insights.
Yep, we can include that for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Can't see the list of speakers.
We just have Councillor Tang on the list.
Okay, Councillor Tang, okay. That concludes the questions on the subsequent. You have questions, Councillor Rice? Go ahead, please. Questions, Councillor Rice? Yeah.
So, question to administration. And for the current program, projects, and initiatives, do we already have the document to capture all those programs, project and initiatives? I do understand, and we have like the Loot for Trees initiative, so we have certain programs for the planting. Is there overlap work you have to be done, or is this new work you need to do?
Councillor, I think the work that we had identified in terms of the programs and initiatives that were outlined in the report, that would be the baseline, and then we would expand on that in terms of what other opportunities exist based on the feedback we heard from the speakers as well as the discussions with council. So that would give us, the next body of work that would look at what we have now and what the potential is to expand.
Okay, so because I just want to mindful and for the OP12 in place, and is there any work is overlapped? And then so what I heard here is just expanded work you are doing right now and to enhance the reporting and the data collection.
That's correct. It's a reflection on the programs initiatives that are in today's report, mostly listed in attachment 1. I would just note that for a due date, I think we should update to 2024.
That is correct. Apologies. Yeah.
Just to provide more time to actually see what the monitor and be able to report back on the progress.
So that is Q3 2024. So
Yes.
almost over 1 year. And the next question about this ongoing monitoring and reporting. Does this mean the reporting will come back like monthly, quarterly, biannually, and what's the specific the timeline and for this, and what's the specific reporting elements you would like to see in this ongoing monitor and reporting? So just want to get some clarification on this piece.
Yeah, it's a great question. So apologies for my misstated due date. The wording of this report doesn't presuppose that there will be an annual report moving forward. For me, I feel like this work is still not at its infancy, but I think there's value in a check-in a year from now to just see how we're doing. I think at that point, when the data collection is a bit clearer, when we have a sense of what that ongoing monitoring and reporting is, I think that's when we can make that decision about whether it does require an ongoing annual report, or whether, by that point we have a dashboard, for example, that has some of those stats, or we've, seen some really rigorous information included as part of our city plan updates. So it's not assuming this will be forever, but I think just an opportunity to check in a year from now.
I appreciate the value of the ongoing monitor and reporting for cities' program services initiatives. Just want balance the workload from city administration with so many other priorities going on. How this could look like from workloads from the team who is doing this work, ongoing monitor and the reporting. I don't know if there any amendment could be made a little bit for this piece, because the ongoing could be monthly, could be quarterly, and then it's not clear here. And specifically gave the factor the reporter will come back 1 year, more than 1 year. So what do you expect the reporting back? A half years, quarter?
So this report would this motion would only generate one report that is due.
Okay, so
Q3.
one report.
Yep. And I think that what I anticipate this would include would be information on the work that administration has done to create a data collection and ongoing monitoring. But, as noted earlier, that might simply be to inform us that the tree canopy survey will be done every 4 years. So
would you be okay to just delete the ongoing, just to say including data collection, monitor, and then, or even like the reporting?
Sure, I'd maybe turn to administration, as I think it was recommended wording, but happy to take advice.
Councillor, in terms of program itself, as with all of our programs, ongoing monitoring is part of what we do. I guess what we're talking about here is how often we report back, and I think that having the motion that it sits now would give us a foundation to present the report next year, which may at that time say we want to report quarterly or annually or semi-annually.
Okay.
In terms of how how we share that information with yourself and the public.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. I'm okay for that.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, so that concludes the questions. Now to speak to the subsequent. 1, 2, 3, 2, Councillor Wright.
I like coming in under the wire. I want to thank Councillor Stevenson for bringing this forward. I was going to kind of jump straight to a private tree bylaw, but I think this data will help to inform what that bylaw could be, to identify some gaps maybe that we need to have looked at. And so just thank you very much for bringing this one forward.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson to close. No, that is, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Well, why don't we take a break here?
Sorry,
Councillor Knack, you have a subsequent?
Yeah, I'm going to be the annoying one.
No worries. Then I gotta leave, so I'll pass the chair to Councillor Rutherford, and I gotta leave, and we'll pass the chair to Councillor Salvador. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get through it before lunch. I'll put it on the floor. So I have a motion that I put in the chat. I will read it out. That administration provide a report including draft options outlining the appropriate mechanism to preserve trees during demolition and new construction across Edmonton, and that the options may include bylaws, permitting, or policy recommendations. And I'll put a due date, not June, but third quarter 2024.
Seconder?
Second. Oh.
No.
No, I was asking for a seconder. You're good. Councillor Jans. I'd like to introduce Councillor Knapp.
Yeah, so why am I jumping to the bylaw conversation? Because actually this is something we've been talking about since I've been on council, and I give a lot of credit to former councillor Ben Henderson, who really was pushing this quite a bit over the years. And I think I've seen enough over the 10 years that I think this is a step we need to take. While, to be clear, the motion is just asking for draft options that would come back ideally at the same time as the report that we just passed in the subsequent. I mean, I don't want to hide my agenda, which is that I actually want to have a private tree protection bylaw, and so my intent when this motion would come back in the third quarter would be to actually approve some type of bylaw or some type of permit requirement. But I appreciate that others might be on the fence and that this only does ask for options, so it is not in fact requiring it. And I think we need to do it because this is the one thing I have heard over and over and over again over the years when we've been talking about infill is the need to do a better job preserving trees on private property. And the way I've ordered this motion is it's not specific to infill. This would also incorporate conversations around new developments. And I appreciate that this would in fact add a barrier to infill. I'm not going to hide that fact. I think we have done a phenomenal job over the last decade of removing a massive amount of barriers to infill in this city. But this is one barrier I actually do think we need more on. And while I'm excited about the other two motions that will pass and the information that will come from that, I still think there's just so much public demand from folks across the city on this that I would be doing a disservice if I didn't at least put this motion forward, recognizing that I don't know how this conversation will go and people's thoughts on it, but I need to have this discussion. I need to be able to vote on something, and I know we could vote on this a year from now, but I'd rather have that conversation right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans, your questions?
Yeah, just wondering why the mover, and I too would like a tree bylaw. I'm wondering why the mover doesn't table a tree bylaw now.
Because I don't think it'll pass, being very blunt. Even getting options might be hard based off where we might be today. And I'll add one last piece, which is that I do appreciate there will be some administrative work required to create this. I am not looking to see an onerous bylaw created, but nevertheless, any type of bylaw or policy would still require staff time. And part of why I've suggested the third quarter of next year is that I wouldn't want them to start the work between now and year end because they don't have the staff to do it. This would come forward as part of a budget conversation, and then they could start doing the work in the new year. But frankly, I don't know if there's enough support on council at this point to move right to a bylaw when the other motions that have just passed have requested a lot of information to help council be better informed about next steps.
So the mover's rationale, if I may paraphrase, is to try and get more of the details ironed out before bringing forward the bylaw. So when I've done a scan of other jurisdictions, a tree bylaw is not a guarantee that no tree is ever cut down, ever. It just allows for some conversation, criteria, checkpoints along the way. So I guess I'm wondering if there is a continued delay here. Yeah, I'm just wondering if the mover would walk through a little more of what information you need or feel council needs in order to, because I anticipate, like, I want to support this, I will, but I anticipate a lot of folks saying, you know, this is not enough. And so what are some of the questions that we still need to iron out as a group to kind of get clarity on?
I don't feel I need more information. I was happy to support the subsequent motion and the original motion because I do think that information is going to provide additional value. But over the years that I have served on council, I think I have enough data to help inform why I would be ready to go to that today. But I also appreciate the fact that the information I have is not the same information that the rest of council has, because not everyone has been here as long, and I don't think all of those reports that have happened over the years have been readily accessible. So I think the motions that have just passed will allow council to get more data, and particularly with the subsequent motion, when that comes back in the third quarter, I would want to see this report aligned with that report so that whatever information comes back from Councillor Stevenson subsequent can give all of this council enough data to feel informed to make a decision as to whether to finally advance the bylaw.
And what I think I hear you saying is you certainly don't want to stop infill or halt infill or shut down the infill strategy. What I think I hear you saying is you're looking to build social license, if we can still use that term, among others to help adapt change more sustainably. Is that a fair summation?
Yeah, you touched on what I was going to offer in closing. I'm not a huge fan of the social license conversation, but this is absolutely one of those items when we're talking about all of the work that we're going to be doing in the zoning bylaw renewal to further advance infill to make it easier to accomplish city plan goals. I think this is one small addition we can do that will, I think, get the public on board with the broader goals that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the timing you've proposed on this. I think I see the logic just in terms of, being ready to hit the ground if that is a decision we make when we see this further information. I think, there are two lingering issues for me. The first is just in terms of the resources to implement this. So maybe to administration. I know that in this recent report, you were able to provide some high-level cost estimates for the implementation of this. I think it was around $1 million a year. Just wondering what your thinking is, because I think that is an incredibly important question or information for us to have in place when we're discussing the implementation of a bylaw. So just wondering if this, what the resource implications are in terms of having both the draft options and the implementation resourcing requirements for those options as part of this report.
Councillor Stevenson, we haven't scoped this out to have a sense of what the resource budget ask or need would be. It's not currently on our work plan. So we'd have to take that back and assess how we could go about conducting the work within the time frame that's been indicated. Post zoning bylaw renewal, we will have some capacity, but there is an ever-growing list of post-renewal projects. We do intend to bring a report to Urban Planning Committee in Q1 of 2024 so that there's clarity on our priorities.
Okay, and the wording of the motion too does consider, it's broadly bylaws. So again, that could be maybe new tree incentives in the zoning bylaw, for example, or permitting.
Okay, I appreciate that wording. I guess just my last one is the reservation. I appreciate, the discussion that you don't want it to be an impediment to infill or to fundamentally change our infill program. I guess for me, what I struggle with is that, in all of our city building, we're often considering trade-offs. So that is the nature of the work that we do. And what I struggle with is that, the loss of a tree is something that we want to avoid. In instances where the loss of a tree results in a new home or business for Edmontonians, I think that is not, I look more favorably on that trade-off versus, maybe someone who owns a home and for aesthetic reasons decides to remove a tree. So just wondering how we balance that tension, given that this is focused very much on new construction, and whereas I think new construction adds a lot to our community.
Yeah, and again, for me, if I were single-handedly drawing up what this would look like, it would not be in any way stopping somebody from taking their existing lot and creating a much more dense property, going to say they buy a couple lots and they want to do an apartment building, and that a bylaw would be created that would actually prevent that from happening, but rather it would prevent, say, a clear cutting of the lots. So the trees that are clearly not in the building pockets, I would like to see a little more work being done by the builders to retain those. Whereas when we're talking about something that would be in the building footprints of a higher density development, clearly that would have to come down in my mind, and I wouldn't want to have a bylaw drafted in a way that makes that part onerous. But if they said, I want this one cut that's 20 feet away from the property, maybe that needs to be the part we focus on.
But what about someone who just doesn't like their tree anymore?
I mean, I would love to have a tree bylaw that covers every aspect of that. I think that's a bigger conversation with Edmontonians, because we, Albertans in general, like our private property rights, and so I'm not sure there would be at this stage, an openness to a complete tree protection bylaw, no matter what is happening. Personally, yes, I would be open to it. I just don't know if that is a wise decision to move that forward.
Yeah, and I think that's just where I struggle with the trade-off piece and just focusing it specifically on demolition and new construction. Is that wording very operative to you, given that the rest is fairly open to options? And
I will continue to be open to options. However, if there is better wording that council would like to provide a bit of flexibility, I am certainly open to that too.
Okay, something to mull on over lunch.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So it is noon, and we will be back at 1:30 after lunch. Thanks so much, everyone.
Can we just do a wee protocol and a roll call before we? Super.
All right, I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Here you are, Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Cartmel is away on city business. And Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, before we go into our motion on the floor, I want to recognize and welcome grade 6 class from École Notre Dame School. And they are here with their teacher, our subgang. Did I say right? Subgang. And Ward Sipiwiniwak. Councillor Hamilton is your representative. Welcome. Are you having fun? Can you wave to Councillor Hamilton? There we go. Are you having fun? Bonjour. Je m'appelle Amarjit Sohi. Yeah. Ashanti. Yeah. All right. That's all. That's all of it. Andre, our city manager, is very fluent in French. Oh, excellent. Okay, all right. All right, have fun, okay? Stick around. Okay. We are in on speaking to the motion now? Questions? Okay, Councillor Stevenson, you were next or you concluded? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, so I'm looking at the What We Heard report from May 2021, and the question was asked at that time, how much do you agree or disagree with the city that the city should pass bylaws to protect trees on private property? And the response back was what city administration described in the report as a small majority to the tune of 52 or 53%. And I'm wondering, sort of, you know, it's been 2 years almost exactly since this report was delivered. What do you think has changed since that time?
I think one of the biggest changes is the greater proximity of the zoning bylaw renewal being passed, and I heard that quite a bit in a meeting that I dropped in on Saturday from the residents there, and that was something that came up quite a bit as one of their concerns when factoring in the changes within the zoning bylaw renewal.
So maybe a good question to city administration. When you read this motion, would you be inclined to include, I'm going to say some of the externalities, because when I think about tree removal, I don't think anybody is, I think about the cost of removal and the cost of permitting, et cetera. So would you take into account some of those factors in talking about that?
Councillor Hamilton, yes. I think that to initiate this work, we'd need to do some comprehensive research to best scope out what could be possible here.
Okay, and the other thing I was looking or thinking about was the sort of, and I think Councillor Stevenson articulated this well, about trade-offs with respect to, so would you take into account, for instance, what I think Councillor Knack alluded to, which is barriers to infill, unintentional, you might, for instance, I think about people removing trees without a permit or without the help of an arborist, and causing perhaps a more dangerous situation than is necessary. Are those factors that you would account for in your report?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. So I don't know that I'd be inclined to support a bylaw, but I recognize what Councillor Knack has said with respect to this coming up again and again and just wanting more information. I'll support that, but I don't know that I could support the bylaw or when it comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate Councillor Knack bringing this forward. I do wonder, I'm inclined to make an amendment that hopefully can be friendly, but I'm looking to strike during demolition and new construction, just in recognition that, if we're going to have this conversation, I would hope that it is broad enough to include not just situations where it's demolition and new construction, but also, if someone's just contemplating cutting down a tree, and to me, this does still seem like more of an infill context. Want to make sure that that's applied sort of holistically and consistently across the city. Would that be friendly?
Councillor Knack, you think it's friendly?
Yeah, I'm comfortable
Okay.
with that.
Yep.
Is that friendly
No.
to everybody?
Just Tom, just asking. No, it's not friendly to the House unanimously. No.
Okay, that's,
So
I'll move that then.
okay. So Councillor
Second?
Salvador is moving to remove during demolition and new construction. And Councillor Stevenson, you second that. Okay. All right. So now questions on the amendment. Questions on the amendment. Councillor Principe, you have questions on the amendment?
No, I actually had a question about that portion of the motion. So we'll go ahead with the voting now.
Okay.
And then I'll discuss it later.
Yeah, Councillor Jans, questions on the amendment? Main motion, we'll come back. Councillor Tang, questions on the amendment?
Yeah, I just want to get some clarification. So we're going to take out, so I guess to the amender, then you're just looking for this motion to be broader than what it is currently.
Yeah, and I think, my understanding is that if we remove that, there is still contemplation of situations where demolition and construction is part of the conversation, but I just don't want to be exclusive to those situations. If we're really looking at tree preservation across the entire city, I think we need to look at all situations and instances, not just demolition and construction.
Yeah, no, I support the broader approach. But then I'm looking at the motion that led to this report in the first place, that administration provide a report to committee outlining options to achieve the city plan goal of 2 million new urban trees, including benefits, risks, and costs of each action, including but not limited to, a private tree bylaw. I guess if you can just really be clear with me, like, what do you think the motion that's on the table, if amended, would add or be different from that?
Yeah, and that might be better directed to the original mover.
Fair enough. Maybe before I do that, on the main motion, maybe just to administration, would you see significant changes if amended?
I think it provides greater flexibility in terms of not just related to demolition and construction, and really looking at all trees on private property.
Okay. Right, although I think the wording as it stands right now isn't just limited to private property. Right?
That might be worth clarifying. We do have a bylaw on public property right now, so.
So I don't know who asked for that, but maybe I'll just wrap that up. I think that is helpful, but I have thought the original motion that led to this report was meant to be that pretty broad approach looking at tree management.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's deal with the amendment. Then I think adding private preserve trees and private property will be probably friendly, because that's your intent, Councillor Knack, right? Yeah, okay, got it. Okay.
Correct.
Councillor Rutherford? Just to speak. All right, so that concludes the questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wright on the amendment. Go ahead.
On the amendment, no. On the original motion,
Well, we have to come back for that. Okay. All right, so to speak on the amendment, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I hate being the dissenting voice, but to me, from a procedural process, that significantly changes the original motion. And I think to Councillor Tang's point, we already received a report very similar. If this is removed, what I think with this added in, it says, okay, let's start with something, but let's start with an area we know is problematic and where we are hearing a lot of concern about where we're losing mature tree loss and greenfield loss, because I don't see, new construction includes greenfield to me. It includes a new garage suite, garden suite, all of those kind of things too, right? So I think it's still quite broad. So I think for me, I am much more comfortable with, again, making an action, but making a smart action in terms of ensuring that, we're addressing one of the biggest causes. We're getting outcome results based on that and how that is, where there's still gaps in our protection of private tree property, and we go from there. I also do just worry about, the average Edmontonian feeling like they are not able to do what they want on their own property without this in there. I think there's a lot of support for the understanding for new construction and new builds. I think there will be a lot more contention on the emotion if this is removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Just to speak briefly, I appreciate the amendment being brought forward. I think for me, it really opens up our conversation to really understand, really situate the value of our trees against our other objectives and some of the key priorities that we're trying to achieve. Again, ideally, we wouldn't lose any healthy trees, but sometimes that is necessary to support other objectives and outcomes that I think are in Edmontonians' best interests. So I like keeping it more focused, recognizing that I believe the motion as amended would still allow contemplation of a narrower bylaw that maybe does look specifically at demolition and new construction. It could also look at these other factors that lead to the loss of trees in our community with no potential resulting benefit to our other goals. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you to the mover.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So please vote on the amendment.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now back to the original motion with the word private inserted into it. Okay. Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of my questions was about that portion of the wording. So that is no longer there, so I won't ask that. I do have a question, though, about trees that impact like the integrity of the house, trees that are rooting, that are problem trees. Will that be impacted by this motion?
Is that to amendment or to
question?
I think it's to administration. I think that's to administration. What are to the mover, Councillor Knack? Was that your intention?
So, again, in an ideal world where Admin goes through this and works through what's not creating something clearly onerous, if there's a tree immediately beside a home that and they're looking to rebuild, chances are that's well within the building footprint, and I wouldn't want to see if somebody have to go and get a permit to go get one that's immediately adjacent to a home. I'm talking about the ones that are clearly not in the building footprint. So I'd be looking for a less strict bylaw than say other cities might have right now. So that's how I would sort of view it. If you've got something right up against it.
Yeah, and I'm not even considering like thinking about the building aspect of it. It's just trees that grow. I've heard of them infiltrating the pipes and becoming an issue. What will happen with those trees?
So, again, I think that'll be part of the work of admin. While I might be interested in having that conversation. I also think there is a good private property conversation about, you know, do you want to make that onerous on somebody who's having their tree impact their utility line? And if they then have to go get a permit, that might be a little too complicated and a little too much to ask of somebody who's just trying to maintain their property. But again, you know, I don't want to presuppose the outcome. I would allow Min to sort of reflect on that and weigh the pros and cons of saying, you know, how deep down that how far down that path do you go?
Okay, thanks. And then to admin, would you incorporate that in this motion, as well as would you be incorporating incentives for retaining?
Councillor Principe, certainly yes. Given the discussion, this would help inform how we scope out this work. I also want to flag that, you know, part of this work would be to do some robust engagement with Edmontonians to be able to create some parameters around what this could look like in terms of the options for a bylaw or policy changes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So to admin, so using Councillor Stevenson's motion to gather the information then will help to inform this motion as far as bylaws and permitting?
They'll work in tandem together, yes.
Okay, so it won't just be the same report that we've gotten. It'll have more meat to it, more to back it up?
Correct. It would be different. Councillor Stevenson's motion I see as us reporting back on the programs and initiatives that we're currently doing and how that's the monitoring and the data collection in terms of reporting back on our progress. The motion here I see more around retention of trees on private land. So different outcomes.
Okay. Oops, it just disappeared off the screen. Okay, there it is. Okay, and then that would also include like sort of what the operational costs and that would be for putting into place the bylaws, the permitting, enforcement.
So we don't know what that would be yet. I think we need to do this work first in terms of some comprehensive research, engagement with stakeholders and Edmontonians, and putting some parameters around this to know what it would take to deliver the service in terms of requiring permits or compliance and enforcement follow-up that might also be required.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Jans.
To speak to it.
Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So just a few questions on resourcing to start. So I guess two lines of thought on that. Trying to get a handle on what type of resourcing would be required just to do this work, just to not to action any of the recommendations that might come out of it, but to produce this report with the draft options, outlining mechanisms, etc. And I know you obviously have a lot on the go right now with zoning bylaw renewal. Where does this fit in? Is this within your capacity to do?
Councillor Salvador, certainly right now it isn't on our work plan, nor do we have capacity. So if we were to look at incorporating this work into our work plan, it would be looking at how we prioritize our work post-zoning bylaw renewal. In which case we would scope that out in terms of the resources and the budget needed to support the work to deliver on this report. Mindful that third quarter of 2024, there could be some challenges with meeting that timeline, but until we scope this out a little bit further, it's hard to say at this point.
Okay. Because I know there's a fairly long list of post-zoning bylaw renewal work and sort of subsequent work that is starting to build up. Can you remind me of some of the stuff that's on the go there?
I can try and maybe share a few separation distances, climate action, landscaping, further incentives. I can't think of the entire list, but what I would say is that we are bringing a report to Urban Planning Committee in Q1 of 2024 that identifies our work plan post-zoning bylaw renewal.
Okay.
And I guess it would be at that point, should committee or council wish to reprioritize that work, there would be an opportunity there. But having this motion with a due date of the third quarter of 2024, that would, to me, reflect as it's a priority to incorporate in our work plan.
Okay, so on that piece, if we were interested in seeing this body of work sort of considered and prioritized alongside those other pieces of work that are post-ZBR. Does this timing work, or would you want or suggest a different due date?
I think a different due date, given that the zoning bylaw is implemented January 1st, 2024. So starting this work is likely not to happen until the Q1 of 2024. In order to have a report and the engagement conducted for a third quarter report is probably a little bit on the short side, but we can certainly try and see what we can do and scope this out first before we can establish some clarity on timelines. But we can, even fourth quarter of 2024 might be helpful.
And to the mover, would that be friendly?
Yes.
Q4? Okay. And I guess I shouldn't just ask the mover, but is that friendly with the assembly?
Seems okay to everyone? Fourth quarter, Councillor Principe and Councillor Paquette,
Yep, that's okay.
and Councillor
Well,
Hamilton.
push it to fourth quarter 2025, I think.
All right, that's not what we're considering, Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, no problems.
Got it, okay. Okay, that'll be changed to fourth quarter. Okay, Councillor Salvador?
I think I had 1 minute left.
Go ahead.
So as part of this work, because one thing that's in the back of my mind, and the reason I was interested in the previous amendment, I think there's still a question mark around what the most significant contributor to tree loss actually is. I think there's sort of a built-in assumption that it's infill, and I think absolutely that's part of the conversation, or big part of the conversation. Will this body of work include a bit of contemplation around where we're actually seeing tree loss, so we can start to draw those lines, whether that is, infill construction, new construction, demolition, people just deciding to cut down trees? Will we get a line of sight to that through this work, do you think?
I think we can do that type of analysis to help inform further next steps, whether council decides to pursue a bylaw in terms of what gets reported back in this report.
And we're going to have the canopy coverage measurement for the next LiDAR measurement, which is due this year. So it's every 4 years. Last one was 2019, where we had our 13%. So we're going to have those figures by the time that this report comes, so we'll be able to see where we've seen growth and loss as part of that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Before I go to Councillor Rutherford, I want to welcome students from École Notre Dame School, grade 6 class, and they are here with their teacher, Ms. M. Croteau, right? Yeah, okay, got it. And Ward Sipibiniwak, Councillor Hamilton is your council representative. There she is. Lovely to see you all. We met your other classmates earlier on, and I hope you're having fun at City Hall. Are you?
Yes. So enthusiastic.
Bonjour. Comment ça va? Très bien? Okay, cool. Have fun. Ashanti. All right, cool. Stick around as long as you want. Enchanté. Enchanté. It's the tongue. Enchanté. All right. That was a clap for my French. No, that was a clap to welcome you to City Hall. Okay, once more. Here we go. Cool. Have fun. All right. We're talking about trees. How to preserve trees in our city. And how to plant more trees in our city to make it more greener. Yeah. All right. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I need to get some clarity because I was kind of confused a bit by one of the responses. Because my understanding was that data collection was addressed in the motion from Councillor Stevenson, but in one of your responses, it sounded like you needed this motion to collect that private tree data. Am I correct in my understanding? Like, without this motion, would you still collect data on private tree loss?
So I think we heard from our team here that is around the canopy. Maybe Mark or Craig could speak to that in terms of the analysis that we can do for tracking the canopy cover. When it comes to monitoring specifics around how many trees are being lost to a development permit or a redevelopment, we don't currently collect that data. We can certainly look at, as part of Councillor Stevenson's motion earlier, look at how we can start to incorporate that, but we have to review what that looks like. It's not you know, just updating a form that people fill out. There's a few more logistics and technology changes that we need to contemplate around that.
Yeah, and we had a conversation yesterday, so my understanding was that was covered and that there would be work done on data collection of loss of private trees from the motion that's already passed. And if that's not the case, because I'm really reluctant to support this motion, but if that piece is missing from the motion we just passed, then that's going to affect my decision on this one.
So right now, we don't currently collect data related to the loss of private trees.
We don't.
We don't.
Pre the motion from Councillor Stevenson.
Right.
Did the motion from Councillor Stevenson, would you have, without this motion on the floor right now, would you be collecting any data on private tree loss besides the overall tree canopy stuff? As per our discussion yesterday.
Not related to development permits, it would be related to the tree canopy.
But in our conversation, we were specifically talking about developments.
Right, and so there's challenges with collecting the data as it relates to development permits, and collecting that data, whether it's the size of the tree, the health of the tree, on a development permit application, and how we would verify that and how we would track it and work.
So does this need modification to clearly give you that direction to do that then? Does this need to be amended? Because as it stands right now, I don't think that's strong enough in this either.
Agreed, yes. Then if the intent is to have greater data collection as it relates to private tree loss on private property, this motion would need to provide greater clarity on that. And I would also suggest that we would need to be mindful of the budget and the resources to be able to do that work.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I could speak to that when I speak to it. I wasn't prepared to make a motion on the floor, so I might have to come back for it, like work an amendment. But that's a huge gap that I already thought was covered in a previous motion. So I'm going to have to rectify that somehow. So I'll do that, I guess. Speaking of, in my last minute, though, in 40 seconds that I have, I did also have a question on robust engagement, because you mentioned, though it doesn't give direction in this to do engagement, you mentioned that there would be robust engagement. So I was wondering if you could elaborate on what your definition of robust means.
Well, I think that engagement to best inform this type of work is an important aspect to provide those perspectives to council, both from a development community or stakeholder group, but also from Edmontonians around their values and what is important to them. We haven't mapped out what that could look like, and so I do think it's an important part of being able to inform this report.
How much would it be weighted general public versus industry?
I think it should be both.
Okay.
As a reference,
I'm going to leave it there. Sorry, please, if you had reference, please add it.
the public engagement that we just did for community sandboxes is a similar example where we got input from residents and businesses over the winter time. That's going to
independent businesses or an industry representative collaborative.
Yeah, a cross section
Amalgamation.
of Edmonton businesses.
A cross section of businesses.
Yeah, there was focus groups, there was surveys, town halls, opportunities to provide input, and that was all captured in a What We Heard report that we were presenting in June, which is going to give council insights into how people use community sandboxes. This would be something similar to that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Kind, thank you. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Okay, is Councillor Jans not ahead of me?
No, Councillor Jan is to speak.
Oh, okay. So question to the mover. Just the way you envision this report coming back, do you have any sort of, I guess, presupposition of what the report would say and what it would recommend, or are you just literally just looking for the information as far as like, let's just have the conversation, let's see what the folks think, let's see what best practices are, and then we can have that conversation in the fourth quarter of 2024. Is that sort of, am I reading this correct?
Yeah, I mean, but again, I don't want to hide it, and I think I mentioned this in my opening. Like, my personal view is that I do think we need to be moving down that path, but I would appreciate that admin would take a more nuanced and thoughtful perspective and not come with a preconceived outcome, even though I might be interested in moving down that path personally.
Okay, so I'll shift to administration, and from the wording of this motion, do you read an intent to deliver a report in keeping with Councillor Knack's stated preference, or is it, in your mind, more of an information gathering exercise?
Councillor Paquette, I would say that part of what we would do to conduct this work would be looking at the research, the opportunities, doing engagement to gain perspectives, look at the feasibility of different options to be able to report back on bylaws, permitting, or policy recommendations.
Right, and I suppose that part of that exploration would be more of a, see, this is where I'm having a little bit of difficulty. I'm worried about this being a prescriptive sort of narrow focus when what we're really looking at, and I just want to, I'm not sure how to phrase this as a question because it is a question. We have a whole host of concerns about heat domes, about the impact of losing trees on how that impacts the health of the city, of the people, of the local environment, of the ability of the infrastructure to withstand extreme temperature changes. Is that all of that going to be in this report as a consideration of how we draft potential policy recommendations?
I don't believe so, Councillor Paquette. The report before you today in terms of City Plan New Urban Trees was really looking at the broader city goal or outcome of 2 million trees and how we would achieve that additional planting as well as the tree canopy. And so through those projects, initiatives, and tree planting approaches, that's how we're going to achieve that goal. So if you're looking for to provide direction on achieving a certain outcome, then we need to refine the motion to provide that clarity.
Looking for a particular outcome, but I'm looking for a particular robustness in how we address this question, because it is very much related to a number of city priorities in the city plan. So I'm just wondering how we're going to tackle that with this report, because it's not just, do you cut down a tree or not? It's what is the underlying and underpinning philosophy or scientific basis for those potential policy recommendations and bylaws, if that makes sense. So you know what? Maybe that's a conversation we have in the fourth quarter of 2024. But if we don't have those things addressed, then I'm not sure why we would even get that report. So I'm starting to speak to it, so I'll just stop. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Yes.
I just have one quick clarification for the timing. If I heard you correctly, Kim, that your primary focus at this time and moving into the next year, next year is the overhauling of the zoning regulations, right?
That's correct.
And this would not divert the current resources away from that work because the timing has changed to fourth quarter of 2024.
That's the intent of moving the date to Q4 of 2024. Yes.
Okay, so it'll be kind of it's not two parallel works being done. We'll conclude the overhauling of the regulations and then start this work.
That's the intent. I do think we have to reflect on, the project approach in terms of how we would do the research and engagement, to be thoughtful about what that looks like and how we go about it. So I am mindful to review our budget and resources to be able to do this.
Okay, got it. That's important for me to understand because there's so much going on, and transformational work that you're undertaking is so important that all the resources are focused on that work, right? Not be diverted. Yes, there might be some work that preparatory work need to be done, right? So yeah, okay, good. That's all I needed to know. I will take the chair back.
Yep, return the chair.
Oh, actually, I will. Can someone move the second round?
So moved.
Second.
Councillor Knack, Councillor Stevenson, so please vote. Oh, Councillor Rutherford? Salvador? Okay, Salvador, okay. Councillor Salvador seconded, okay, please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
That is carried. Councillor,
Yes, so I have an amendment that I believe the clerk is going to put in the chat right now for my colleagues, but essentially I'd like to amend the motion on the floor to that data collection be inserted after include and immediate changes to start to capture the scope and scale of tree loss on private property after policy recommendations. And I think she's got that loaded so you can see. But I know that changes the
it's in the
scope, so
chat. Is it in the chat? Okay, got it.
I recognize that, I'm gonna just say that I don't consider it friendly based on the fact that I
So-
didn't consider the other thing friendly.
So Councillor Rutherford, just let's wait for
Okay, but I'm just saying,
go ahead.
Can you just clarify who seconded that, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Knack.
Sure, yeah, I'll second it.
Give us a second, it's in the chat, but I'd like to put it up so the public
Yeah,
can
please,
see
so
what you're
public
voting
can
on.
see it, yeah. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, can you now explain it, please, and introduce?
yeah, I mean, I think I was just a little bit surprised, because like I said, I, maybe wrongfully so, was under the assumption that the last motion, we've passed a lot of tree motions today. I'm hesitant on passing another one, and that's a huge gap that I thought was covered in Councillor Stevenson's motion. And in fact, there had been conversations leading up to today's meeting that had heartened me into thinking that was there. So I feel like clearly what I heard in the answers and the responses to this motion on the floor have made me recognize that there needs to be a bit more clarity. I do understand that this comes with resources, and that's why I highlight, and what was discussed in my intent previously with administration was, right now we're collecting nothing. Can we start collecting something so we at least have some idea of scope and scale? And as I will quote many of my former colleagues, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. And sometimes imperfect data is still better than no data. And so I also I felt it important to add the immediate changes to start to capture the scope and scale of this, because what I did not want to see is this coming back in 2024 Q4 with no data having been collected in the years to date, and then some strategies for how they can start collecting data in 2024. Like, this is important. I've heard how important it is. And so that's why the immediate changes.
So, Councillor Rutherford, are you suggesting that data collection start immediately now? Is that your intent?
That there is immediate, yes, that is my intent. That's immediate changes to start capturing data, so that the report that comes back.
Because that might be a different one, because that would require resources, right? That would be.
That's why I said it wasn't friendly.
Yeah, but I think what I'm trying to understand, if this passes, there will be a requirement for immediate resources to start collecting that data, right? And there are no resources allocated to this at this time until fourth quarter of 2024. Am I understanding it correctly?
So apologies, so I was the one that helped Councillor Rutherford, but I hadn't had a chance to talk to administration, and they have confirmed in order to start doing this work now, there would need to be resources, and there hasn't been a chance for even a scoping conversation.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and this is the frustration of where we are right now, because sorry if I know I'm over time, but I was cut off from my time.
No, go ahead.
In introducing, and this is the frustration of where we are now, because honestly, had your motion come up with the resource allocation, I probably would have said, can we also bring forward an unfunded service package for data collection then? So maybe we need to reconsider that vote, and I can add that amendment to that, so that, yeah, maybe we don't do it right now, but I want it to be, I don't want to wait till 2024, Q4 of 2024 to start collecting this really important data.
Okay.
So maybe that's the path forward on that, but then I would still want to keep the data collection as part of the report for this motion.
Okay, we need some guidance here from.
Yeah, so just because there's been lots of conversations, but I'm not sure the same people have had all the information. Is there any appetite to refer this back to administration, who could come back actually scoping out what it would take to do this work? Because I have not talked to administration about this as we've been crafting this on the fly. So I think there's maybe different understandings as to what's required when and what resources would be required to deliver this motion should it pass.
Okay, so can we put a pause on it now, and we can move on with the rest of the agenda and come back to this on Wednesday, tomorrow?
Sorry, to refer it back to admin would come back when they're ready with a proposal. So if you want to postpone it, you could postpone it till later in the agenda. That's one option.
Yeah.
Another option is to actually refer the motion to admin, who can't do anything with it, but they could come back with a report answering some of the questions that have
So
been outlined today.
refer the motion as amended, right?
You could just take what's on the floor right now, send it to administration. So it's basically take a pause, admin would come back with a report.
Yeah.
Giving guidance on what's on the floor, as well as what resources it would take to actually deliver on the motion should it pass.
Okay.
It's basically like taking a pause, sending the item to administration to come back.
Okay.
Option 2 is you postpone this until tomorrow, and that way admin has a chance to go away and think about this, because they haven't had a chance to do that yet.
So what is the postpone, then administration will come back with what resources are required to do this work?
Because otherwise,
kinda-
how long would it take to refer back? And
We don't know when will administration be able to bring back if it's referred.
You could ask them, they could tell you.
Can you tell us, like, when can you bring it back?
Perhaps in a month or so, 6 weeks, to scope out what would be needed from a resource budget and timelines perspective.
Okay, well, 6 weeks? Yeah. Is that okay, colleagues? Because otherwise we are asking them to do something for which they require resources, and they don't have those resources, right?
So I think my preference would be to if we don't want to delve into this now, my preference would be postponement, because as I said, the other path forward closes if we end this meeting, and then I can amend your motion for an unfunded package. So I think there can be conversation that can
Okay.
happen
6
between
weeks?
now and tomorrow. No, I'm saying postponement, not refer back.
Postponement to the end of the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's do that. Postponement to the end of the agenda, then we'll deal with it. All right. Is everyone okay? We'll deal with Wednesday afternoon, tomorrow. You need a motion for
Oh,
that?
we
Yeah.
do need a motion for that.
Okay, can someone, Councillor Rutherford, can you move? Councillor Rutherford, can you move?
Yeah, I move to
Second.
postpone.
Second.
Okay, Councillor Wright seconded it, okay.
So Councillor Rutherford actually has an amendment on the floor.
yeah.
Can we
So
have
you
somebody
can't-
else?
I'll move it.
Okay, Councillor Wright moved it, Councillor Paquette seconded it. Okay. All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right. Okay. Ashanti. Is that how you say it, Andre? How do you say it?
Oui, bien sûr, enchanté.
Enchanté.
Oui.
So I thought I said that way too. I thought I said enchanté.
You did, you just did it with an accent.
Oh, that's it. I can't help that part, right? Okay. All right, we are now on to item 7.4, city plan, 7.5, Capitol Line South Extension Update. This was exempted by Councillor Rice. This report was at the Executive Committee. And I'm going to go to Vice Chair, Councillor Salvador, to introduce the item. Then I will come back to Councillor Rice to move the motion she has. Yep.
Sure. Switching gears here. So, yeah, committee had a fairly robust discussion. We heard from quite a number of speakers who came out to committee, many of them expressing concern, particularly around the Twin Brooks Station, the inclusion of the Twin Brooks Station in the plan to deliver the Capitol Line South Extension. We did get into some questions, but given the broader interest on council, there was a decision to requisition the item up to council without a recommendation from committee. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So I'll go to Councillor Rice to move the motions, but questions can also be asked on the broader report because there was no recommendation coming from the committee. So Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And then I'm going to move that the administration provided a report outline options including cost analysis. Number one, for the construction of the Heritage Valley North LRT station in Phase 1 of the Capitol Line South LRT extension project to allow for the future construction of the grade separated Alice Road crossing. Number two, as a cost reduction option, the feasibility of phased or deferring the construction of an ART station at Twin Brooks neighborhoods. Part B, that the administration provides a report outlining options, including cost analysis for the construction of the sound barrier or fence along 111th Street between 23rd Avenue Northwest and the Anthony Handy Drive to be constructed from concrete, brick, or similar materials rather than wood as part of Phase 1 of the Capitol Line South LRT extension project. That's his motion.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Prince-Bay seconded. Councillor Rice, please go ahead and make the introduction.
Okay, thank you. So I'm presenting the motion which aims to ensure the design of the Phase 1 of the project allows for grade separated Alice Road crossing and for Phase 2 of the project. And it considers residents' inputs regarding fence design. The motion also considers community residents' inputs that the Council's Executive Committee heard on May 3rd, 2023. I would like to say I'm thankful that City Administration is working with the budget that Council approved for Phase 1 of the Capitol Line South Extension project back to 5 years ago. So that's the original budget approved. I also thankful that administration informed the council of the budgetary concerns before the main project work began. And they proposed the scope change for the council's consideration on how to stay on budget. So right now we want to keep this project on budget, but at the same time, we want to build this extension project, and that is critical and so important, and for the south and southwest Edmonton, and specifically will impact almost like 80,000 population and fast growth in the south of Handy. Then the question is, if Alice Road is one of the south-southwest busiest roads, and then the key elements for ensure this project move forward properly, and is about how we keep the grade separation on Alice Road. I know my time is almost out, but I put a motion here and happy to answer question. Also happy to have any wording amendment and from my colleagues as well.
Thank you, Councillor Rice, and also Councillor Cartmel has joined us for the meeting. Questions, colleagues? All right, just hold on here. Here we go. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I guess my question is to administration. Like, you've already done the cost analysis to arrive at what you're recommending, is that right?
That's correct.
So is there any further analysis that can be done to arrive at a different recommendation?
The nuance here, excuse me, the nuance here is that the previous, from what I understand, the previous approach is the LRT going over Ellerslie. We've done the analysis to identify what it would take to reduce costs, and it would be built at grade. My understanding with this is that it would be for Ellerslie Road to grade separate over the tracks. So it would be the road rather than the rail.
And would that be more expensive or less expensive?
At this point in time, it's, I mean, order of magnitude, it's in the realm of the same costs.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other, okay. And I think I recall it at committee, you talked about the wait time. If it was just kept at grade, it was like 10 to 25 seconds or something, was that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Wright. It would be up to 30 seconds on a 4-lane configuration and approximately 20 seconds in a 6-lane configuration. But I think for context, the traffic lights at 135th Street and 127th Street will actually impact traffic more than a grade crossing mid-block between those two intersections.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Would the information that we get back in this, I'm trying to think, because we've had some in-camera discussions too at the committee. I don't know if I want to risk asking. I feel like I might have to wait to ask it in private first, now that I think about it, before I ask that. Okay, then I'll just ask on point 2, maybe for that one, just recognizing sort of the timeline and the work that's happening right now. Does that need to be a report? Can that be a memo? Is that one maybe just a little simpler instead of having a separate standalone report for that?
When you say point 2, item 2? Or
yeah, item 2, sorry. Yeah. I'm just thinking about the work that you've got a lot of work on your plate. I'm interested in 1A and I have some other questions, but point 2 is, while important and I want the ward councillor to have information, I'm not sure we need a standalone report.
Well, this information report was intended to articulate the direction that we were going to move forward with on the basis of building to budget. The notion of point 2 is something that I think is a budget consideration. It's also sort of a consideration of how we treat these situations across the many kilometers of LRT that we're building in the city. So I do think it has to be, I guess if we didn't have a council report, we would be proceeding on the basis of what we felt was the most appropriate, and if there's a desire for something else, then that needs to be a council discussion.
No, I get what you're saying. Okay. Then those are probably all my questions for now. Thank you.
Councillor Tang, please.
Great, thank you. So Adam, I'm hearing you say that part A1 is going to be more or less the same as what you're currently, the cost is more or less currently what you're recommending?
Well, you know, we're dealing with very conceptual information at this point in time, so you've all heard me say plus or minus to a level of accuracy.
Yeah.
So I would say that, and Bruce and Yara can jump in, but I would say that we're looking at essentially the same cost. What this does, though, for us, I think confirm is that the LRT would be surface, and it would really be a contemplation of Ellerslie Road, not the LRT. So we would receive the direction, or we would proceed on the basis that we've recommended proceeding on, which is the LRT is running at surface.
Okay, and there was a number that I thought I heard during committee, between 85 to 100 million is to address this issue, but that it's not exactly the solution. It's like if you were to go with what the residents were saying is too elevated. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor
Okay.
Tang. The estimate of 85 to 100 million is the cost to construct an elevated station
Gotcha.
at
Okay.
that location.
And then that is different from what this is.
That's correct.
And then for that A2, what? Because I understood that that LRT station is quite critical to our funding agreement. What is a deferral? What might a deferral or phased approach, like how would that affect our funding agreement?
We would have to discuss that with our funding partners. It is a defined output of our funding agreement, so our funding partners could determine that to be breaking our agreement.
Okay, and what's the implication of breaking our agreement? We
They
don't
c-
have
they-
the
they
funding.
c- They could withdraw funding for the project.
Absolutely. Okay, great. Thank you. And then for the third one, for part B, I mean, I take that to be a pretty granular, like not operational decision, but project management decision. But the reason why it needs a motion is because of the cost, the cost implication?
Well, yeah, I think in the investigation of what type of wall could be considered this location, we've identified a budget issue. The reason we have this report is because there's a budget issue on the basis of the original scope. And so that, along with the studies that have been done in terms of an urban traffic noise policy perspective, that a noise wall isn't required, sensitivities around the kilometers of LRT line that are being built, and sensitive to what we might have to commit to in the future.
Okay. Sorry, just so I'm clear then, if you come back to say, you can build this, if you build this wall with either concrete, brick, or similar material, that would be quite different from the cost of what you already kind of presented in
Correct.
that last report.
And different than what is the typical application along the LRT lines.
Right. Okay.
Or has been, sorry, because there's still construction underway.
Okay. And I guess to the mover, have you contemplated a source of funding for that then, if that's going to be significantly different?
The question to
Source of funding.
So this is not about source of funding, it's about the scope change. And because originally the funds and the city promised to the neighborhood and to the public engagement and is a concurrent funds. So right now we are facing the scope change. We'll discuss about what implication and from scope change and what's react and from public and regarding our city's scope change.
Okay, so I guess back to administration. I know I thought there was a pretty thorough discussion at committee about what the commitment initially was. Can you just remind me of that?
The commitment over the life of the project, if we go back as far as 2010, we did have concept designs that showed concrete or wood. We weren't sure what the material was going to be until we actually had noise studies in 2018.
Yeah.
Prior to that, we did say that it could be concrete, but we were not committal, and any of the communication that we've had was always subject to further design and advancement of the design as we got more information.
Yeah, that's pretty early on to kind of make that kind of commitment. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So just to start with part 1A, for the grade separation piece, I appreciate the clarity that, yeah, it wouldn't be actually elevating the LRT line, but it would be grade separation of Ellerslie. I'm reflecting on the grade separation over at 50th, and just can you remind me of the scale of investment that was required for that grade separation, just for a bit of context?
I should know this off the top of my head, but I believe it's 85 million.
185 million?
185 million, thank you,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, I appreciate that piece.
180 million, I just confirmed, yes.
Okay. And I guess how do you interpret this then? So for part A, to allow for the future construction of a grade separated Ellerslie Road crossing, is this even necessary? Because the door is not closed to a future grade separation, or is it? Is the design of the at-grade crossing somehow, does that have to be considered at the outset? Why is a grade separation off the table even without this motion for future consideration?
So I think we've done some initial analysis, and Bruce can speak to this more specifically, that we feel we can accommodate a grade separation of the road over the tracks at this location. And so, yes, it could be done as future extension. And you know, to the reason now, I think that's probably a question best for the mover.
Sure. Okay, I might direct something to the mover, but just where would this fall in our order of prioritization for grade separations across the city?
Hard to determine because we don't know when we would actually extend the LRT. Certainly 50th Street was a high priority, 75th Street and 170th Street in Northwest Edmonton were high priorities. The nuance there is that we're not in control of those rail lines. Mm-hmm. Those are freight rail lines, CP and CN. And so if we did the analysis of priorities of grade separation over rail, we'd probably, the influence of not being able to control the rail system would give it a higher ranking, so to speak.
Okay. And then, yeah, so for B, part 1B, thinking about potential phased or deferred approach, I believe, was it 11 to 15 million cost savings if we were not to do Twin Brooks at all?
Our estimate is $12 to $15 million for the construction of that station.
Okay. But then, as a bit of a counter to that, my understanding is that is it 5 or 6 bus routes that currently pass through and connect to Twin Brooks? I'm just thinking of sort of the operational efficiencies that would be gained if there was a station at that location and how those routes could be redistributed. I'm thinking of both sides of that balance sheet.
Yeah, I believe there are 5 stations. Ms. Houghton McDonald is on those. She can clarify that for me.
Yes, hi. There's 5 different routes, and you're correct, Councillor. So we would look at reducing overlap with the LRT service, and those routes could get redeployed. Those service hours, could get redeployed into the network.
Do we have a rough estimate of? Actually, no, that's fine.
Yeah, we don't at this point. We would look at where there is overlap and then make adjustments. Some of it might come out altogether, and then others would be adjusted.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Okay, and then the RFP is out right now.
Correct.
What does this motion do in the context of the RFP already being out? Does that create any complexity or issues?
Decision on point B, as I said earlier, if the desire is for grade separation of Ellerslie over the LRT, or sorry, I shouldn't say over, because I think we'd have to evaluate over or under, but we know there's some challenges to go under. I don't think that would have an impact on the RFP. Certainty on whether the station is in or out is certainly something that we need clarity on. And then when we're talking about material selection, item 2 is something that we need to get resolved as well.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So the proposed scope change, and there are 4 pieces of scope changes. The majority one is about the Heritage Valley North Station. So what I heard from May 3rd Executive Committee meeting is we are going to build that station and between 132th Street and 135th Street, and give that short distance and with the physical location. And 135th Street is specifically linked to the Handy. That is really busy and street and really busy turnaround and from Alice Road to 135th Street. Do we have plan and emphasis the street level cross and for the LRT, and how we mitigate all the traffic risk and with the construction with just had hospital in the corner and between Alice Road and 127th Street, and then also the high density residential area, and then besides Alice Road. And is there any plan to address that?
So just want to be clear, your question is if the LRT tracks crossed
at street
Ellerslie
level.
At street level with an interchange, future interchange at 135 Street and the hospital being built south, what are the plans to
Everything
manage the
other
traffic?
than in the same spot, yes.
What are the plans to manage the traffic? As Bruce has mentioned, through the analysis from the model, we're looking at 20 to 50 seconds of delay, 20 to 30 seconds of delay at that crossing, which can be mitigated on the basis of signals at 135 Street, 127th Street, and the fact that just north of Ellerslie Road is the station where, if we need to, you're at a point where you can actually hold the train to help with the cycling through that intersection.
So from traffic assessment, I understand it's current traffic assessment. And is there any factor including considered 5 years later with that high density area, fast growth area in South Edmonton, and how that 20 or 25 delay or waiting to reflect that high density traffic? This to me and use a current situation data to reflect the 5 years later is the same like the 5 years before we made the decision and for the budget, and right now we are over the budget and to even build what's planned and what's made the decision by previous council and back to 5 years ago. So this to me is not really convincible.
So the data that we're using is from 2050, projections of 2050. In terms of the decision that was made previously, through the analysis, certainly grade separation was a better solution on the basis of available funding, the ability to carry forward the project. This is why we recommended. So ideally, if we had enough funding, we'd be looking at grade separation. But the challenge we have is the available funding for this project starts to point us in a direction where we need to look at adjustments.
I understand, and then the certain work and initial analysis, and including cost, and also working with partnership, funding partners is underway. And however, the report and face to the public, and public cannot get the information, and regarding and all the options, how we built, and on the north side at Heritage Valley. Park and ride, and to ensure we have that opportunity and for the future, and when the budget allowed, and when the traffic changed, to do the grade separation crossing on Alice Road. So this is not clear to the public, and for all the options we explored, and for all the options cost analysis has been done. And to me, this is still some gaps and in the current work and also in the current report as well.
So Appreciate that we have a report that identifies for the scope of this project, which ends at Ellerslie Road. These are our recommended adjustments to scope. My response to a question earlier was that this opportunity to grade separate Ellerslie Road, if that's what council would like to pursue, could be accommodated as part of the next extension of the LRT. So it's really a question of, do we do this work now? Do we do it when we get closer to, hopefully when we get funding support to carry that extension further south of Ellerslie Road?
So I have a follow-up question. I will come back to the second round.
Yeah, no problem, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Laughlin, what I'm hearing is that as far as grade separation, that's something that can be considered as we go along. It's not absolutely urgent at this point.
Of the road, correct. Of the rail,
yeah.
Of the rail, we have recommended that it's surface running so that we can at least carry out what's been approved to this point. So a decision today that commits to Ellerslie Road crossing, that work could be done, grade separating, that work can be done as we approach the future extension, or now.
Yeah, and at that point, we might have a little bit different funding. Maybe it gives us time to look at different funding structures or models or grants in the interim, as far as I understand.
Well, my comment was more, in my time at the city, it's been a challenge to undertake LRT expansion on our own. And so I just think that, you know, as you look at future extensions, at minimum, you hope it's a third. Desired is 40-40-20, or even higher than that for allocation between other orders of government in the city.
Right. Okay. Which makes sense to me. Okay. So, and again, we've already got the cost analysis. So, I think that 1A is satisfied. Mr. Laughlin, at some point in the future, though, so I'm snagging up on this idea that there could be sort of a road overpass. And what would that look like? Would that mean that we actually build an entire sort of like bridge over top, or would it be like a positive service, or, you know, cut and cover for the LRT? What might that look like in the future?
It kind of depends on how the project progresses. So if, just scenarioing it out, if council desired a grade separation of Ellerslie Road either over or under the LRT tracks, and again, we've got some challenges to go under with our initial analysis. So if we just assume that it's an over, if it's before the LRT goes in place, it would be sort of a method to construct detour road, build the permanent structure, get the envelope in place before you expand the LRT. Another scenario when 50th Street grade separation was referenced is that you could have an active at-grade crossing and take a similar approach, build a detour road, and while the train is active, build a grade separation over top, which is what we're doing at 50th Street grade separation right now.
Right, yeah. Okay, so time to consider these options as we go. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. And
okay. And just really quickly, can you sort of, maybe people aren't aware of the history, but the Harry Ainley stop that was going to be and then wasn't, and the impact that has had on usability?
Yeah, when the LRT was expanded south originally, we certainly had a different style of operation for the LRT. It was more a suburban approach where it was stations that were 1.5 to 2 kilometers apart. As we started to modernize the transportation master plan, we developed the LRT network plan. There was a recognition that closer stop spacings were more advantageous to serve the communities that you're going through. And honestly, the Harry Ainley station is a bit of a missed opportunity because at the time, when the construction happened, we didn't sort of have that insight from a policy perspective around desirability of station space. And then through the years, there's certainly from budget exercises been efforts to put it forward to add a station in there. But unfortunately, it never seems to make the available funding with all the other pressures that the city experiences in our capital budget. So it's been difficult to get that one approved to install sort of a midline station.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
I've got the chair.
Yeah. So Adam, I just want to understand some, like part 1, so 1A, right? If that is approved, council approves that report to be generated with options, right? How would that impact the current line being constructed and the timeline for construction? What impact that would have?
So the way I interpret this is that it wouldn't, because by approving this, you're asking us to come back with a report that identifies how Ellerslie Road could grade separate over the LRT.
And so this does not give you direction not to build the station at ground level.
That's actually, I think it gives us, it supports what we've provided for information in the report.
Okay. So the report will come at that time. We can discuss the cost and all that future.
And it's part of future, correct?
Got it. Okay. On part B, the cost reduction option for the Twin Brooks station, if council were to decide not to have that station and save $10 to $15 million, what would your recommendation be where that money go? Because there are other scope changes that you're reducing, for example, purchase of the LRV station, cars, right? Would you put that money there, or would you put that money on a grade separation, or you put that money for expanding the park and ride? What would your suggestion be?
So I'd like to start with and say we wouldn't recommend deferring this.
Yes, if I'm safe, if that decision is made.
Okay. Then it would be a case of what would that be? What would we be able to afford with the dollars that have been allocated? I think from a prioritization perspective, our folks would identify that the OMF, the Operation and Maintenance Facility, is a priority.
Okay.
And the LRVs are a priority.
Okay, so let me ask another way. Like, if additional dollars were to become available from the province or the feds or from council, your preference will be to put those, bring back the scope changes on the maintenance facility and the buying cars.
Those would be our two highest priorities.
Oh, I see. Okay, good. Okay, all right. On the second part, can you, like, I really need to understand this from my perspective. Were community promised a concrete noise barrier?
Mayor Sohi, we do not believe they were. I think some people interpreted things we were saying as promises, but anything that we've stated publicly has always come with the caveat that it is early days and subject to change as the design advances.
Because I did hear from community members that they were promised that, but I have no way to verify. Just want to make sure that I'm asking this question to you to be on the record.
Yeah, we do not believe we've promised concrete.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor, I think I'd like to weigh in on that because I know some of the notes you got referred to an email from myself. So I certainly, Councillor Rice, after the public house or open house was conducted, had conveyed the preference of concrete, and we were trying to see what we could do to support that. And so I think I did indicate in an email that we would see what we could do. And at one point we thought we might be able to do it. And then 2 days later, I know that Bruce confirmed that we would have to check on the engineering of that and utilities, and then that work followed in the fall, which really resulted in a huge change in cost. And so I don't believe there was a promise made to community. There was certainly a promise made by me to Councillor Rice that we would do everything we could do within and see what we could do. And we tried that, but that's when we encountered those utility costs. And I probably could have been a bit clearer in my email even, so I just wanted to clarify that. Yeah.
Okay, then that's good clarification. What I'm trying to understand, Andre, when the design was being developed, right, at that time, there was no promise made for concrete or wood. And what is the noise attenuation difference between concrete and wood wall? Like,
It's just forms of treatment. So depending on if noise attenuation was required, which it isn't here, it doesn't meet the threshold.
okay.
But if it did, it could be wood, it could be concrete, and it's all dependent on the material that's required.
So it's more aesthetic at this time then?
It depends. If a situation required more significant noise reduction, concrete would be the way to go. If it's minimal noise reduction, you can also accomplish that with wood. But again, the noise study doesn't identify a need to provide noise attenuation.
Oh, I see, okay.
It sort of is fencing to provide a visual screen for community.
Oh, I see, okay, got it, okay. I am
That's your time.
out of time. I'll take the chair back
I'll return the chair.
and I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just on the motion in front of us, if I'm understanding correctly, would 1A really essentially be a direction to do a separate project to concept design? Is that what you would require to do that?
I think, and maybe Bruce wants to weigh in on this based on the work that's been, actually, go ahead, Bruce.
I don't think as a part of this project that it would be.
No, I'm saying would there need to be a separate project that goes to concept for a grade separation?
I don't think we do a full concept. I think based on the way it's positioned, it's a report outlining options, including cost analysis of how to grade separate. So we'd be doing a desktop analysis of general order of magnitude of costs, any significant hindrances to be able to undertake the grade separation.
But like on average, what does a grade separation cost? Because I know, like you mentioned 50th Street, but there's also Yellowhead. I know where they're doing the same thing. They're building, where they're doing an underpass. Wait, no. They're grade separating 127th Street from Yellowhead.
That's a full interchange. So
Okay,
that
never
one
mind.
is- that
That's
one
not
is-
non-comparable.
I wouldn't compare it, definitely not.
Okay, fair. I just am trying to get a sense of so, and I guess another question I have just in terms of this is, because one of the reasons that I know originally that this phase 1 was prioritized south was because of the hospital, but now it doesn't actually fully go to where the future hospital is. So am I to understand, like in the sequencing of the mass transit, would we want to do phase 2 of Capital, or would we want to be going over Yellowhead for Metro? What's the next kind of priority sequencing there?
Well, council has actually set that priority, and that priority is northwest.
Okay.
However, a lot of times available funding will dictate where you can go.
Yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. And so the more costs that either occur, the less likely it is to do either or both, right?
That's correct. The more expensive they are, the more available budget there, or the available budget that comes forward from other orders sort of determines what you can do.
Because but like also if they're, usually in your experience, if they're giving to LRT, do they give to multiple lines at once? Does that happen? I guess.
We're experiencing that right now. So Capital Line, Valley Line West, and Metro to Blatchford are all through the ISIP funding from the federal government and matching.
And what does
from
ISIP stand for again? Sorry.
It's the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program.
There we go.
And the reason that we're in a bit of this situation is the ability to advance Capital Line was only on the basis of what was available within that program.
Yeah.
What was remaining, sorry, I should say.
So
in that
there's
program.
so to go back to the federal government for more is, for this specific project, may be challenging for this specific phase.
We believe so, and based on the fact that we've already got a grant agreement that's signed identified, it becomes
Okay.
challenging. Also, we're talking 2 orders of government as well, so.
Yeah, absolutely, and I get that. I guess for the point 2, I remember when I was at Urban Planning Committee, there was talk about like one of the reasons I believe that admin gave for the lack of desirability for sort of this sound barrier that's made out of the proposed materials in part 2 is because of all the underground utility. Am I recalling that conversation correctly?
2 components, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay.
One is the policy component on the noise bylaw, and the other is when we did look at the feasibility of concrete, we found out that there is an ATCO gas line that runs down 111th Street. If we were to construct concrete, we're within the zone of influence of the gas line. That would have to be relocated, and ATCO has indicated that would also have to relocate the gas lines to approximately 100 houses in Blue Quill.
So the
Skyview.
scope would be significant.
Yeah, they would have to relocate from rear service
And
to
even though
front
they
service.
relocate, they charge us.
In this case, it would be, if it's a project requirement to construct concrete, then ATCO would have to relocate it as part
But
of
we'd have to prove
the funding
requirement,
agreement. Yeah,
which is why the sound attenuation is so important to that piece of decision making.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Oh,
Can you
I'll
move the
a second
one?
round.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll move a
Councillor
second round.
Rutherford moves second. Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor, who was next up? Was Councillor Paquette or Councillor Rice? Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to ask if the motion could be split for voting purposes.
So how would you like to split it for?
1 and 2, and 1A, 1B.
So 1A, 1B, 1A, 1B, and 2. So 3 different, right?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I think that is
Thank you.
that is permissible, right, to the clerk?
Yeah, so basically we'll reorganize it. If you give us a second, we'll take it off the screen and we'll actually just set it up so it's 3 separate and distinct motions.
Got it. Okay. Is that it, Councillor Paquette?
That's it.
Okay. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
So just a procedure question first. If we're voting separately, and then our voting happen to the private discussion for the attachment 1, or our voting will happen before that?
So the report was for information. I know I wasn't at committee when the private attachment was discussed. I would really like to talk to council about the private attachment, if that's permissible.
And then so it's my understanding our votes will happen after discussion with attachment 1, right? Or going to in-camera discussion first, and then we will come back to the public to vote.
Yeah, I think if council desires to go into private to discuss that attachment, I would suggest that we do that before we vote on the motion.
Oh, okay, that is good. Thank you for that. I do want to get clarification because I'm really confused for the information I heard today and compared to the May 3rd I heard. The motion here, 1, and because on May 3rd, I heard very clear, in order for us to explore the possibility to build ground separation on the Alice Road crossing, we have to look at the highway construction in the phase 1 for this station first to allow that possibility. So that is why I heard today, but it's different. This is why the motion say, and provide some report back and explore all the options what's the construction option could allow us to have that possibility for the future, even though right now we're not building that right now. But we need to make decision to ensure our construction for phase 1 will allow us to have that flexibility and the door open for that. That is the part 1 intention and for the motion.
So then I need to get clarity. When I read this motion, I read it that we do analysis and cost to take the road either over or under the LRT tracks. And if it's to do analysis to come back with going back to the original plan, then I have misinterpreted the motion, and I would argue that we've already done the work that's been identified here, which is provided in the report.
But that work is not reflected in the public reports at all. And then, so even for this scope change, and my words, constituent Edmontonians in South End is not aware of at all. And everybody knows the history. I did request to defer from April 14th and to May 3rd. And from May 3rd, an executive committee made the decision recommendation to May 16. That is allow the constituent have the opportunity to look at the changes. So this part 1 is not about talk about the future crossing node. It's talk about for the construction of the station in phase 1, leave that flexibility to allow for the future construction of the grid separation and on Alice Road crossing. And so this is the intention to explore all the opportunity options could be, and with this report come back, how we construct this station in phase 1 to leave that door open and for the future grid separation crossing on Alice Road.
So there is no way for us to remain within the budget and future-proof the rail going over the road, which is why we brought the report to identify that in order for us to maintain the budget or stay within the budget, we would have to drop the station and the LRT tracks to be at grade. And I read this as Ellerslie Road either going over or under.
So that's I'm sorry, I'll stop your time, but that's a completely fundamental difference between your understanding, Adam, and Councillor Rice's intent,
Intention.
right?
Yeah.
And if I may, Councillor Rice, I know at executive committee meeting, there were a couple other items discussed. One, is it possible to move the station far enough away from Ellerslie Road, for example, to facilitate a future crossing? We did that analysis. It's not feasible. I think you and Councillor Cartmel also raised an issue or a potential to slightly elevate or slightly depress the station at Heritage Valley. We've looked at that as well. It is physically feasible to either slightly depress or slightly elevate a station, but as soon as you do that, you are committing for the next phase, you must build an overpass on Ellerslie Road if you do anything other than construct the station at grade as it's planned now. So we either elevate the station now, or in future, if there's a desire and the traffic patterns dictate that something has to happen, then the only other alternative would be a grade separation on Ellerslie Road.
This is not the discussion we had, and back to May 3rd, and also discussion we had offline. I need to come back with this clarification, otherwise we cannot move forward.
Yeah, Councillor Rice, thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. I guess to the mover, this point might be mute because I was going to ask if you would be receptive to changing the report to a memo, because I think it is, the cost analysis really has already been done, and it is, for such a long range future construction, but I'm thinking you want a full blown out report, right?
Thank you for asking that. They cost, like I heard very clear, they cost a lot of this done, but it's not for this nuance. The nuance is explore options, how we construct the current phase 1 and the station in north side of Alice Road, and for all the options. And because right now the proposed scope change is only provide one option, They're not talking about the other options. They only say we need to build on the street, and then we need to build street level cross on the Alice Road as well. So that options is not explored. And then like they mentioned, like administration mentioned, and even for the option how we can build as the 23rd Ave, the Century Park, we can build on the street, no problem right now, but we still leave that room and for the future opportunity to build underpass or overpass on the busiest street cross Alice Road.
Okay, my time.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, and I think one of the other councillors had asked you then where the source of the funding would come, because I think administration's done a good job trying to keep us within budget and that. So would that be tax-supported debt that you'd be looking at too?
No, I'm looking for that is why in my motion and say the very clear explore options, because the budget was estimated 5 years ago. And right now with the 5 years, everything changed, economic pressures. And I do think we need looking for the different opportunity that is related to private attachment one discussion that could provide an opportunity and for us to explore that funding source to support how we build the construction, how we construct the phase one, but not for the future. Future is the future budget.
Yeah, but in the future we need budget.
Yep.
So, okay, do we want to move into private?
I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton first, right, to give her the opportunity to ask questions in public. Then we'll go to in camera. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
I'm probably going to end up where Councillor Wright was with respect to moving in private, but I do have some questions just, and maybe to clarify, because I hear some confusion sort of in what the intention of the motion is. I understand, Mr. Laughlin, that elevating the rails right now is essentially a non-starter, correct?
From a budget perspective, correct.
Okay, if we are to build to budget, if council wishes to elevate the rails and without a scope change in the project, then we would have to give you some direction to increase the budget.
Correct.
Okay, all right, but there is the potential for, as the project goes forward, to do grade separation, correct?
Grade separation of the road.
Yeah. Yes, so grade separation of the road at Ellerslie, which in terms of the impacts felt by community, it's that could alleviate concerns about delays on Ellerslie Road, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, council does not need, a better question. Do you need council direction today to proceed with some work on grade separation or to start doing that analysis? Would it help? Sorry.
If it is to look at the rail going over the road, we would need that direction that you've identified, either go find more funding or council identify funding. If it's for the road, if it's for the road over the rail, we don't necessarily need to do work on that today. We've done enough to get comfort that it is doable in the future. But if council wanted certainty on that, then we would do this work to identify, the options that we could look at as it relates to grade separating the road over or under the tracks. And again, I just flagged that under becomes a challenge based on our initial view.
Yes. Okay, this is helpful. So it seems to me that the question on 1A is about the motion as I read it is about giving some certainty to either both council, members of council, and or the community, people who may want to have the opportunity to make the case for a grade separation that isn't the rails going over the road, but it's an opportunity to separate the traffic from the rail. If the intention of the mover then is that the rail goes over the road, that would look like a budget motion, right? Like an unfunded, essentially an unfunded capital profile, or something essentially to enhance the existing capital profile, correct?
Correct, because our folks have done work to identify that there's not really options that could be evaluated to accommodate the current scope that we're talking about.
Okay.
The option to accommodate a grade separation would be through the road,
Okay.
elevating or taking the road under.
Yeah, and it seems like okay, this is helpful. 1A has some optionality in it, as written. Given that, Mr. Mayor, I may suggest that I understand we have an in private attachment that there may be some questions on. I would also suggest, and I'm happy to move in private, but my suggestion would be, given that there seems to be some confusion between administration and the mover in terms of what the intention is, I think before we discuss further, we do something like a 5-minute recess, go in private, and in that recess time, as the clerks are taking us in private, then the mover can clarify with administration what her intent is, just to make sure that we're all sort of discussing and debating the same, with the same understanding.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Councillor Hamilton. What we'll do is that maybe I'll ask Councillor Rice if she has more questions in public before we go into private. And then what we will do after Councillor Rice is done, we'll take a break, right? And that gives time for Councillor Rice and administration to have a offline discussion. Then we'll come back and go into private. Okay. Okay. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have the question regarding, I understand we can move in private to discuss the 1A, but I do have question regarding 1B and part 2 as well. In public.
Sorry, Councillor Rice, go ahead. I was distracted.
That's okay. I say that I understand that we have private discussion for the 1A, but I do have the question publicly to 1B and part 2.
Go ahead now. That's your time to ask those questions. You want to ask them now, or you want to have private discussion first, then come back, ask them in public again?
I will ask the public right now for
Okay, go ahead.
for the 1B.
Yeah, go ahead.
And part 2 or part 2. So for the part 2, I understand, and some of my colleagues question that is an operational decision, and I understand that is an operational decision. But why? And it's appeared and in the motion. So can you confirm with me? And then back to last year when I had the public town hall, and then my constituents actually read the email from project team before I was elected. That email come before, indicated very clearly, stated very clear, they will promise concrete fence. And then can you answer this question, how that email to be communicated? And then right now has a print copy on the constituent hand. So it's nothing to do city manager's communication with me later on. And that has happened before I was elected. I want to really be clear. And also the video and ART project published on the website and indicated, and with the video, in the video is very clear, concrete fences. So there is a contradicting information I heard here today, and I believe it's worth to be clarified in public and to give the Edmontonians the very clear answer what it is.
My understanding, Councillor Rice, and I don't have a copy of that email with me, my understanding is the constituent that read out the email did not read the entire email. The email did state at the bottom that it was subject to change as the design progressed.
I followed with, and then they told me there is no this piece specific in that email. And so this is different information I heard there, but I just want my colleagues and to be aware of and for the fence and why is that. I totally understand the feasibility piece, and also I want to ask, it's my understanding based on city's policy, city's agreement with a article and then APCOR for any necessary reallocate utilities, and because that agreement exists, there is no additional cost, or no additional funding needed for that. That is, I confirmed with them very clearly.
That is correct. If the utilities need to be relocated, then they are relocated under the franchise agreement.
Okay, that's I want to know. I just want to mindful my time because my colleague wants to go back.
Understood, but I just want to be clear, if there is a option that is available that provides an option where they don't need to do those relocations, there's an imperative for us to look at that.
But if the truck, the LRT just right beside their fence, and I don't understand why it's not say there is no necessary. So I'm not talking about this right now. I'm going to answer another question. Use my time left. I'm going to ask another question regarding the station. So the station, and back to 2018, the survey, and only 226 people, and in Twin Brooks, and participate. And the total survey, 1,342, and then indicated very clear, and 25% of this 1,342 does not want station. And right now, and in 2023, and 1,788 participants in the survey, 59% of this indicates they do not want this station. And is this data correct?
That information is correct based on the people that participated in the survey.
Yes, that is how this survey and come from, and then as a one data set to inform our decision. So that is, I want to share that data set as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So we will take break now. Maybe an extended break to give a little bit time. I don't know if there's a, because what I understand, the difference between Councillor Rice's intent in Part 1A and administration's understanding of their motion are far apart, very, very far apart, right? I don't know how to bridge that, right? And I don't know if that can be bridged in 10-minute conversation, because there were a number of other conversations that we had with Councillor Rice on this, right? So it's a markedly different understanding of where Councillor Rice wants to go with their motion and where administration understanding of their motion is. I just need some guidance on how to bridge that.
Well, all I can say is that if the desire is to look at options to elevate the rail over the road, then we're in a situation where we cannot carry forward the project within the budget that we currently have.
So what I understand, if Councillor Rice's intent is to have elevated rail, right, considered as an option in the future, we need to identify budget.
Correct.
We need to have a budget item. This is administration's understanding, Councillor Rice. I think that's where the difference is.
That's correct. Right? But there is an option to grade separate the road over the rail.
Yeah. But that's not what Councillor Rice is intended.
Which is why I interpret it the way I did, which is.
Okay. And that's a huge gap in understanding, right? So so if you consider, if your intent is to have that rail separated, right, over road, then funding needs to be identified according to administration.
That's correct.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll take a recess. So think about that, right? Because that's the huge difference in the understanding or the path forward. Your intent, Councillor Rice, cannot be achieved based on information from the administration until funding is identified to achieve that, right?
A point of order.
Yeah, go ahead.
That is not my intent. And I need to repeat one
So
more.
can you, once again, what are your
If I
intent?
can repeat one more time, my intent is very clear.
Yeah.
I'm not ask administration to build this level of station. I'm ask administration to explore all the options for the construction of phase 1 station, to leave that door open for the flexibility in the future cross level of
So
Alice
flu-
Road. That could be underpass, could be overpass, could be both. But what I heard very clear on May 3rd, and from administration, to ensure that happen, we have to ensure the phase 1, how we build, how we construct the station in phase 1 will determine if we have that opportunity to build underpass or overpass crossing on Alice Road.
So
that is my intention, is to request, explore all the options for the construction. It's very clearly worded and in the open.
So I think to clarify, are you looking at rail crossing over road or having a
Or
grade?
under,
Or
under, yes. Could be under and could be over.
The road.
But that is future discussion. This motion on the floor right now, I'm really frustrated. I don't understand what's missing there. And because the motion, the wording here said very clear, explore all options and cost analysis for the construction of phase 1 station to allow for the future grade separation. Grade separation could be underpass, could be overpass. That is the next level discussion. We don't need to discuss it right
Is
now.
that clear? What is your understanding then? Councillor?
So I understand that. And what I would say is, in looking at the various options, all of them will come back with a similar cost impact associated with elevating or depressing the rail. And in order to build to the scope that's been identified, we would either be, actually, I don't know where we could site a station to accommodate the necessary grade to either go over or go under with the rail. We'd be building either an elevated station or an underground station. And the cost associated, sorry, Councillor, that is the situation.
So how about the Century Park? How did the Century Park build at the street level station, but still have an opportunity to go underpass on 23rd Avenue right now? That is happening right now.
Because there is
Why
enough,
we cannot be do the same thing?
because there is enough distance to accommodate that. There isn't the same level of distance to accommodate that station road separation that is required. So from a cost perspective, the options and the analysis are going to result in a similar outcome.
Okay. All right, we're going to stop here. We will be back we will take 20-minute break. Okay?
Mr. Mayor, before we break, just a quick question. Are we going into private after break?
I don't know. There is no motion to go to private. Probably will be helpful to have some in-camera discussion. So if somebody could move, then we'd come back, we go into private.
So
moved.
Okay, Councillor Paquette moved it, Councillor Salvador seconded it. Okay, we'll be back in 20 minutes in camera.
So could we
Should we
vote
vote
and
on it?
cite the FOIP sections that we're going in private for?
Okay. Yeah. Councillor
Yeah,
Paquette.
that's what I would need to know. I think it's 24 advice from officials, or is that the one?
16, 24, 25, 27, please.
Oh, yeah, sure. If the whole suite applies, let's do that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, please vote.
Opposed.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jantz. Thank you, Councillor
Yes.
Councillor Cartmel. We've got you as an affirmative. We're just waiting for one more vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Okay, that is carried. made Adam very angry, so I thought of this.
While we're waiting, Mr. Mayor, I will comment that you normally look good in yellow. Not today, so I'm glad you changed.
We're live on the web.
We are live now, Councillor Paquette. All right, we are back. Can we please bring the, so we have motion on the floor. I understand there is going to be an amendment to part 1A. And Councillor Knack? Oh, you want to just restate? Okay, okay, well, that's even better, easier. Okay, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
So I move that administration provided reports outline options, including cost analysis. Part A, for the future construction of the grade separating Alice Road of the LRT crossing between 127th Street and 135th Street.
Okay.
And for other things, it's the same?
Because we will be voting separately,
Oh,
right?
okay.
There's no changes to other motions, so all right. So any questions on this one or the rest of the motions?
I just have one question. Could you just confirm what your due date expectations are for this part of the motion, please?
I would like to get the sense from administration what's the possible date could be provided this option back?
So we could follow the standard process for
Like
a
how?
report. I
Like
think
12
it's
work,
12
weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we have motions on the floor, and we will vote separately on each one of them, right? But
So are you speaking, is everybody speaking?
no,
to
I'm
each?
just trying to explain the process. Then, so questions are done on these motions. We will vote separately on each part. At this time, we are ready to speak on these motions.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
for this speak, is only speak to this motion
No,
and speak to
all of them all together.
Okay, speak to all of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we will vote, once the speaking is concluded, we will vote separately. Okay. All right, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will be supporting this first part and will not be supporting the other two, and I'll explain why. I'll start with this part 1A. When I started on my second term on council, I made a motion to examine grade separation options along the Valley Line West LRT on 149th Street and Stony Plain Road and 178th Street and 87th Ave, and I'm sure Mr. Laughlin was very happy when I made that motion. But it was really important to the residents. At the time, there had been some identification, some traffic modeling done by the city that the intersections would be in a fail state, and I wanted to examine how grade separation at those two locations specifically could benefit or not traffic flow in the areas. And I didn't feel I had enough information at the time to make an informed decision. And when that information came back, we ended up actually deciding at the time to do, at that time, a grade separation at 178th Street and 87th Ave, and we did not move forward with grade separation at 149th and Stony Plain Road, in part because the additional cost and the added traffic flow improvements was so minimal, the time savings was so small, and the cost was so high, there really wasn't anyone, including community members, who then asked for grade separation. But having that report was really valuable in making sure they could be informed and that we all had the good information. And since this wouldn't impede this first phase of the work, I see no problem in getting that information so that we can have a more informed conversation. Voting in favor of it does not mean that we will support grade separation. Just like 4 years ago when we had the conversation about 149th and Stony Plain Road. I did not support it because I could not justify it. So I'm not making that guarantee to residents that by supporting this that I would be supporting grade separation, but that I think we should at least have that conversation and make sure we have the data in front of us. So that's why I'll support 1A. Why I won't support the other two, and while I do appreciate the feedback we heard from residents, some of the residents who came to speak and their desire to not see that station, I think we've already heard it in some of the discussion, but I think there was a mistake made when Harry Ainley did not have that stop installed, and even if you somewhat future-proof it, it's still, we know, is going to cost far more. And I think we need to make sure we have those stations in place. We are building a system for the next 100 years. And so having a stop in this location will allow us to accomplish more of our city plan objectives. It will provide transportation alternatives for those that want it. And I get it. There are some communities where we build LRT where there might be a lot of folks who don't end up using it. I remember when Valley Line West was being discussed, Glenora at the time was not as keen on having stops around that station. And there are still some residents in Glenora who don't want it because they feel like they're so close to central Edmonton that they would never use it. But I also ran into a lot of residents when I was door knocking this last election who are really glad that they're going to have that option now, and who maybe hadn't thought about it that before. And so I think by removing that station or even deferring it, it does a disservice to both the current residents and future residents of that neighborhood. So I can't support removing that. And then to the third point around the wall, and I appreciate there's been some conversation, but I think if we're going to entertain that conversation, we would have to entertain it along Valley Line Southeast, we'd have to entertain it along Valley Line West, and we'd have to entertain that along the entire route. Or all of our LRT routes, because we have certainly had conversations in my neck of the woods, as I'm sure the councillors representing the Southeast have had some of those conversations with residents they're representing. And so to me, it's either all of them or none of them. And I think we do have a good plan in place about how we determine where those type of walls should be in place. So while I won't support the other two, I think I very strongly believe in point 1A, and I think that would be very good information to have, and making sure we're well informed before a final decision. So I'll support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to be able to support any parts of the motions. I just feel that the grade separation is so far down the road that by the time it does actually maybe materialize, if we get budget or other funding sources available, that the costs will have escalated so much, as we've seen with so many other projects. And I'm also worried about the number of projects that we do just have sitting on the shelves, as we saw it our last budget. As far as the LRT station at Twin Brooks, yes, we heard from, I think, 24 people in favor of having it removed, but I think I've gotten emails from just as many people that are in favor of having the station there from the Twin Brooks community. And I think there was a more fulsome survey in that done as well that gathered feedback from a wider range of residents in the area. And then as far as number 2, again, it's unfortunate that maybe some of the residents thought the city had committed to the concrete, but I think the analysis that's already been completed shows that it doesn't warrant, the noise from the LRT is not going to warrant anything of that magnitude, and what that's going to do to the utilities in the area as well is going to be, again, additional costs and no budget available for that. So that's my rationale for voting in opposition of all 3.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo what Councillor Knack had said. Having gone through the West Valley Line conversation, it was not only really important for me as a councillor to hear about the options, but for members of the community to have access to, I'm going to say, the decision-making process, so that when you have those community conversations and people say, why didn't you go up, or why didn't you go underground, you had something, and you have something as a councillor that you can point to rationalize the decision path that you took. I also, and with respect to Councillor Wright's point about it being so far off, what I found over the last 6 years is that, and Councillor Rutherford would know this as well, is that it takes that you sort of need to do this work iteratively as you go, because the decision point you think is really far off. Reed, I think there were people who thought West Valley Line would be 20 or 30 years away when the original alignment was approved. And yet, when the funding options became available, it's now a reality. So I think that is important work to do. It is important, I think, for us to keep our options open. And when you're talking about generational infrastructure investments, closing the doors on something which is somewhat in demand in the community would be, I think, a mistake on our part. So I will support 1A. However, given that notion of optionality, I echo what Councillor Knack said with respect to the Harry Ainley stop, removing a stop at this point, or toying with the idea of removing a stop, though I hear what the community is saying. And I also see that in terms of redevelopment, that's a community that's probably, quite a ways out. But aside from the fact that it's a fundamental part of the alignment, I think that optionality is really important for the community. And I think, the infrastructure team and our community, I think that some concerns that may exist, I think we're working on that as a city to ensure that as this major infrastructure goes into communities, people feel that their needs are being met and dealt with. And with respect to the concrete barrier, I understand where Councillor Rice is coming from. I'm less inclined to support that, but I'll listen to arguments on either side. I know oftentimes, and this has come up quite a few times in recent past, the way that conversation is had is remembered differently by different parties, and I think that can be profoundly frustrating. And I just echo that it's really important that some of those conversations are documented, and there's that loop back. This is what I heard. Is this what you meant? And vice versa, because I think that, and I've dealt with this as well, where people come back 10 years later and say, well, we were promised this, and the way language was couched, it was interpreted differently by different parties involved. So I certainly understand where the community is coming from on that. I'm not sure that the cost associated with it merits that level of sort of scope change on our part. Anyway, I'll be supporting 1A and likely not 1B or 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I came in today pretty unconvinced about supporting anything, but I think through this conversation, I am inclined to agree with my colleagues Knack and Hamilton in terms of, getting some sort of answers on that grade separation, because I did hear from community how much concern there was about that interface of LRT and car traffic at that place. And while I think that report is going to allow the council representative for that area to talk about what that's going to take, I again want to echo what Councillor Knack has already echoed, that does not mean that we are going to support an actual grade separation. There'll be a lot of cost-benefit analysis, and I would actually prefer that discussion is done in the context of broader capital discussion. So whether it's at a supplementary budget adjustment or the next 4-year capital budget, I really don't want to see piecemeal things like this. So I think it's important to have that report arm the counselor. I would want the same courtesy of myself if it was in the ward I represent. So I am leaning towards supporting 1A. I also agree that I can't support the cancellation or the deferring of Twin Brooks. I think a deferral is essentially a cancellation because there's so many priorities related to LRT that to come back around is more costly and would put other future extensions at odds with that. So I can't support Part B, and I can't support Part 2 because what I heard was around the ATCO lines and some of the disruption that would cause to residents was very concerning to me. I looked back at the material and the correspondence that was shared. One of the constituents in the area did share I've seen the letter that was sent by the counselor in that area, and there was in no way to me a promise within that document. It did say conditional on engineering analysis and feasibility, and so that to me is not a promise. And so we're not breaking a promise by not doing that. Further to that, I know there was some renderings from 2010 that did seem to show some concrete, but renderings again are not a promise. They're a visual design, and so I really want to reiterate to community that while I can see how those could be interpreted like commitments, that is part of the process, and those both renderings and commitments subject to further feasibility are well within the purview and often happen within city projects. I also just feel like it's important because we've got this motion on the floor, but I really just want to take a moment for those following along, if anybody, to highlight, what this means for the Capitol Line South extension. If this motion passes or not, I mean, assuming nothing of this motion passes, what we're saying is at certain that the Heritage Valley Station will be at ground level, like that future grade exploration will be of the road separating from the tracks, not the tracks going over the road. So that is what this decision means, whether point 1A is approved, that the recommended scope changes from administration are also at this point going forward, unless part 1B or part 2 pass. So I did just want to explain to the public that there is a scope change here, and it does mean less light rail vehicles. It does mean a change in the scope of the garage. It does mean a change in the scope of the park and ride, and it does mean a change in that Heritage Valley. So that is, while we're talking about looking and exploring options, that is also part of the decision we are making today. And so I felt it was important for the public to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, and I won't touch on the second two parts because I think my colleagues have covered that well. I won't be able to support any of the parts of this motion, and I just wanted to linger on the first part, part 1A. I feel that this is premature. By not supporting this, I don't think we're closing the door on future conversations about grade separation. As we heard, there will be a time when this does come back to council if there is an identified need for grade separation, and I would fully anticipate that would be when we are pursuing future grant funding for the extension of this line. And I think that's the time to have this conversation. When I think about numerous other at-grade crossings across the city, there are many instances where I'm sure residents and businesses would be interested in having that separation, but I'm not convinced that this particular location at this particular time would be identified as our top priority for grade separation. So I think this is sort of jumping ahead a little bit and jumping the queue when this conversation will naturally come back in front of council when the time is right. So for that reason, I won't be able to support the first part, and like I said, colleagues really explained the other two parts and the reasoning behind not supporting those. So I'll end it there, but I really appreciate the conversation today.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans.
I agree with everything Councillor Salvador said. That is all. I can't support all three.
Okay, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I cannot either. And just to build on that, for that first part, you know, I would, while it may have, you know, been, it may have had a precedent, but I also just think about the expectation that we're setting for people for something that may or may not happen when there's so much uncertainty that's still to happen. And I think on that second point, the other thing that I'm quite worried about too is how it jeopardizes the overall city's vision for mass transit. And I think that would be if it does, you know, if removing one station, I think has much broader rippling impact on other mass transit projects. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair?
I've got the chair.
Yeah. First of all, I'm going to support 1A, and I want to thank Councillor Rice and her engagement, ongoing engagement with the community, and I was able to participate in one of those engagement along with our city manager, and we were able to hear directly from constituents of Twin Brooks about that station. So I want to thank Councillor Rice for having that, spending that time with the community and listening to their concerns, even though I remain unconvinced that removing the Twin Brooks station makes sense. It does not make sense. I'll come to that. But I want to support part one because at this time, where the phase one ends, there's no LRT crossing the Ellerslie Road, right? So it'll be sometime in the future. And so I want to assure everyone listening, if they're listening, if you're concerned that somehow phase one will disrupt that traffic flow once that LRT, once the Ellerslie Road is expanded, that is not happening. There'll be this future phases, and I think having this analysis done for grade separation will give us the information, as Councillor Knack mentioned, to make that informed decision at that time whether to proceed and also put that in the context of many other capital needs that city will have, right, in the next budget cycle, right? So I think it's worthwhile having that information. On the Twin Brooks, I remember that conversation of not having a station at the Harry and Lee. And that's one of the reasons that this recommendation came, that LRT is going to go through the community, not stop in Twin Brooks. What is the benefit to the community of having LRT go through, right, if it's not going to stop, right? So I think it's absolutely important that we think into the future, we provide that the benefit to the community. Yes, some people are concerned, and we heard them, and we were also very transparent with them. I was very transparent with them. I think it also informed our decision on the Southeast LRT and the West LRT, like how we designed those to have more stations on the way, that communities are actually benefiting from the LRT instead of driving to the station or taking a bus to the station. I think the Twin Brooks station also will help us reduce our operational costs on the buses, right? I think that's a very important thing that we need to keep in mind. And I agree with my colleagues on the fence. I think that's more of an operational thing. Let administration decide what works in what segment and what materials to be used instead of being prescriptive of what material to use, and that coming from us. I think. With that, I will support part 1A, but will not be able to support the rest of the motion. Yeah. And with that, I will go to Councillor Rice to close.
I'll return the chair.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and also thank to my colleagues and also administration. Appreciate the conversation from May 3rd and then to today. I just want to start to say why we're here today and have this conversation again. This Capital 9 and South LRT Extension Project is one of our 4 LRT lines in city for the extension project. I believe everybody will agree with me for the long term and major and bigger and infrastructure project, specifically for the transportation infrastructure project, like LRT system, for the entire network from big picture long-term perspective, we want to make sure to build right. But right now, I understand we're facing the budgetary issues. We don't have enough budget and to keep the original scope change. That is why, and the scope change proposed by LRT project team, and to build the street level and Heritage Valley and Park and Ride station, and also street crossing and Alice Road. That is outlined in the public report, and also reduce the number of LRT cars to be ordered, and then small size of maintenance center for both Valley Line and then Capital 9, and defer our parking spaces, and by reduce 800 parking reduce. And from councillor represent this area, specifically this Capital 9 and LRT and entire extension running through in the South Edmonton, and that is where the EPCO can be OCI represented. I really concerned about this scope change. And then the question is, do we build the big infrastructure right at the beginning to meet really the purpose why we are built this public transit, to make sure and meet our community needs, our Edmontonian needs, make sure and we will have people have accessibility to use them. Or we just stick on the budget and build one and may not and reflect the proper needs. So that question and really, and I want to put into everybody's mind to think about that. I have listened to my constituents who have overwhelmingly told me that they want the LRT extension and build right, and which includes allow for the great separated Alice Road crossing. That is why they motion 1A and put on the floor. I encourage my colleagues to support this motion to ensure we have the enough information, including cost analysis, come back, and to have that data-driven and evidence-based decision-making process, and along with, and bring all the Edmontonians who actually impact and by this construction, and to be aware of our city really care about our people. So that is for the part 1. And for the part 2, and I said very clear and earlier, if we are built this station is for the benefit of neighborhood. However, the neighborhood come back, say, we don't want it. But my motion on the floor is not say cancel this. My motion says from as a cost reduction option and to support the phase 1 project build properly, and then is that could be option, and ask to explore the feasibility of phased or deferred this station. We're not saying totally remove or cancel. That is not my motion. I want to be very clear that, and public transit LRT is really important for us, and because this is just phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and all to the airport, we want to make sure phase one built properly. And in terms of fence, and in addition, the original project design and say it very clear in the public, and along LRT9 and between 23rd Avenue and around and Handy, and will be different material, fence material rather than wood fence. So the operational decision was later made in last year by the LRT project team to build the wood fence. This results in community residents and in petition. The petition website is still live and as of today and has 430 signatures. I know my time is here, and I do want to say this is a big project. Let's build by bringing along our Edmontonians with us together to make the decision and to build for the people really have access to use them and really build the needs of Edmontonians. And I encourage my colleagues to support my motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So please vote on 1A.
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Just, what happened? Sorry?
Sorry, Councillor Principe, was that you?
Yes, Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you. We've got your vote. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now please vote on 1B, right? Let me see. Can you? Here we go. Part 1B is, yeah, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Yes, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. And now we will vote on part 2, right? Part 2. Okay, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
Yes, Councillor Cartmel.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay.
Could we possibly have a motion to keep attachment 1 in private, subject to the sections we went in private to before?
Okay,
So moved.
So moved.
Councillor Wright moved, Councillor Paquette seconded. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
Yes, Councillor Cartmel.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Anything else on this, on 7.5? No, so we have dealt with 7.5. Moving along, bylaw 20452 Spring 2023 General repealing bylaw. Councillor Rutherford, you have some questions, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please. Who is going to come down?
Here, hi.
Hi.
I'll phone some friends if I need some help.
Okay, I just have a question.
Aileen, you okay? All right, good. Okay, there you go. Cool.
Yeah.
Nancy's over there, so okay.
I just had a few questions, specifically about the policy, rescinding of the policy related to grants for the community investment organizations and individuals. I noticed it was adopted in 2017. And I also know that we recently had an auditor's report that talked about some of the governance around our granting and how it was best practice. But I also went back and reviewed that and saw that this policy, this specific policy number, wasn't included in the auditor's report. So I'm trying to get a sense of like making sure there's no, like, we got a report from the auditor that said the governance pieces in place for granting is best practice and should remain. It's just about how we implement that policy. I don't want to rescind a policy that just was used to a recent audit report, right? And there's recommendations that have flowed out of that. That's what I'm trying to just sequence, if that makes sense.
To Councillor Rutherford, I'd suggest there's two different things going on there. There was the audit on the grant process more generally, and the policies referenced there set the governance structure. The reason this one is recommended for repeal is because it actually imposes more restrictive conditions on grants than administration already has within delegated authority. So the policy itself didn't keep in line with delegations, and for that reason has kind of fallen out of, it's become more of a barrier and a roadblock to granting than it is actually useful.
So, but wait, if I'm understanding that correctly, the policy is more restrictive than the admin's delegated authority.
Correct.
So was it the council of the time's intent to do that? Because that would signal to me that the restrictions, there was policy direction to be more restrictive. Do you see what I'm saying?
I can't speak for council at the time, but I would say that that's probably not what the intent was. The intent was for more of reporting on what the Arts Council is doing, and there's better mechanisms to do that than to bring grant approvals to you.
Yeah, it's not just the Arts Council though. Like when I looked at the policy itself, I did get a copy of the policy. It speaks more broader than just the Arts Council or the Heritage Council within the policy. I guess another question is, why, like, are we throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Like, is there, like, do we need to repeal the sections on the Arts Council and the Heritage Council as opposed to getting rid of the whole policy? Or is it better to just refer that one back because I'd like to know the intention from the original council and maybe have a further discussion, because I think there is a time and a place where policy is intentionally more restrictive than the delegated authority. And I also I'd want a chance to talk to the city auditor to confirm that this one was out of scope and there was no, like, it's not integrated into part of their recommendations. Thoughts?
So just to go back from my recollection, so the first time this was approved is in 1982.
Okay, well.
So just going through it from my, like, I'm going back into the well here. As this policy became updated, it became more specific related to the Community Services Advisory Board, the Edmonton's Arts Council, and the Edmonton Heritage Council. It's my understanding that some of what is in this policy does not actually align with our current practices and some of our current agreements. So just to give some color to this, twice a year we work across the corporation to see is there any bylaws, any policies or motions that need to be cleaned up so that we are consistent. It's been our experience that this policy doesn't actually help, which is why we recommended that.
I appreciate the process. Like and I'm not saying it does or it doesn't help. I'm just saying when I read that, this one was like policy statement. The City of Edmonton provides financial assistance for operations of nonprofit organizations in Edmonton whose programs and activities benefit primarily Edmontonians. Financial assistance to nonprofit organizations or individuals. Like when I'm looking at this, it doesn't even talk about the Arts Council and the Heritage Council till page 4, I believe. So I'm just trying to, again, like I want to make sure that we're not losing the intent of the process. And it looks like it was last adopted by council on so there was at least an update and adopted by council the last time in 2017.
Yeah, if you want, you can strip this out of the recommendation.
I would just it be a refer back, because to give like me time to talk to the city auditor even, or like there's just a few things that I'd like to get comfort in before I'm fully comfortable with repealing. Yeah.
So I
don't know I look to my colleagues though, what their thoughts are, but.
If I could just add, Councillor Rutherford, it's Judy Smith from Community Services. When we last updated that policy that you're referring to in 2017, that was to make it that the amount that we had to come back to report on was higher And so since that change, the Community Investment Operating Grant that CSAB helps with has never had to come and report because the individual awards have always been lower than that amount. So, and in my conversation with the Arts Council and the Heritage Council, they're seeing this as a positive thing for them, that you have trust in them, you give them money to do their grant programs, and they're doing it responsibly and not having to come back and report all the time, or to bring it for approval.
We need another round.
I'll move a second round.
Second round, Councillor Knack.
Second.
Okay, please vote for second round.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We're just sending the vote out now. Councillor Cartmel? Councillor Cartmel? We'll show Councillor Cartmel is absent. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Salvador? Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe just as one of the council members who sits on the Arts Council, form this as a question. I guess my understanding is that this policy isn't necessarily in line with city plan or even with connections and exchanges, just given how old it is. Yeah, is that correct? Like we have updated, newer documents in place that are guiding our work, and it seems like, my understanding at least, is that this policy has been kind of holding us back and isn't supportive of the new direction we've given. And in particular, I'll lean on connections and exchanges, because I know that's strategic direction that's been given to council to work on in collaboration with the Arts Council. So in order to fully lean into that and fulfill the outcomes and objectives in connections and exchanges, does this policy amendment open the door to a more fluid granting process?
It's
question.
Yeah, no, it's our understanding that this policy can be rescinded because all of the protocols are in place elsewhere. I don't have all the specifics related to all the different grants, but this is our recommendation that it be repealed at this time.
Yeah, I would agree, but I mean, happy to take a little bit of extra time for other colleagues to just have a degree of comfort with it. So thanks.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I mean, at the very bottom of the policy, it literally says this policy's purpose is to provide guidelines to the awarding of community investment grants to organizations and individuals. And like I said, I get where Councillor Salvador is coming from. There is a section that says Edmonton Arts Council specific guidelines, Edmonton Heritage Council specific guidelines. I could see those being struck and rescinded today if we want to make an amendment to do that. I would be very uncomfortable with rescinding the whole policy till I've had a bigger conversation. So that's where my mind goes. When I read this, there's a lot of meat to this, and I need to make sure, I would like to make sure from a policy perspective that we're not leaving a gap. And I respect administration, and I respect that you have done your due diligence. I just want to, I still ultimately sit here and have accountability, and we're talking about, giving and awarding funding. I think it's really important that we do our due diligence. So that would be, I guess would that in any way impede this would there be any concern with or maybe to legal, to just rescinding those sections on the specific guidelines for the Heritage and the Arts Council?
I wouldn't try to do that on the fly. What I would suggest is you have a separate recommendation before you on whether or not to rescind that policy, and that's where that vote can take place. I wouldn't try to piecemeal out certain parts of the policy.
So what's the path forward then?
The easiest thing to do procedurally, forget that this is our report. If the motion goes on the floor as recommended, and if you want to make an amendment, to just take out motion 2, which is that the policy, that one city policy listed in attachment 2 be struck from the motion, then that gets you what you want.
Or can it be referred back so that it still comes back for discussion? Or
I think
it comes back in 6 months anyway, right?
Well, sort of. I'd rather not refer back something you don't want to do, because that gets odd. So just strike it out, and we give you our word that when we come back with our next update in 6 months, we'll include either our recommendations to change the policy, or if we still want it repealed, we'll provide more information.
I just don't want to hinder the Arts Council and the Heritage Council at the same.
I don't want to start crafting policy amendments on the fly.
Okay,
That would be my recommendation.
So if I may,
Yeah.
I think that we were okay with the rescinding of this policy. Recall that when we were at audit committee, one of the things that we as administration committed to do was relook at our governing documents. So if the concern is that you are okay with stripping out the pieces of the Heritage Council, what's left in this policy really only governs about $1 million. So it is our intention as administration to look holistically at grant policies and bring you back what you need to approve.
Do you know why this policy wasn't in scope of that audit? Because there was only 2 policies that the auditor actually looked at. Was there a discussion for that, why this one wasn't in consideration of that audit? In that original kind of creating that terms of reference?
And so I might need the help of Judy or Harm, but I believe that when the auditor made their sample selections, they selected from to get technical, our general ledger accounts with grant programs. And so what you would have seen, what would have been selected was higher order programs, and not necessarily programs that got into the level of detail of being covered by this particular policy.
Okay, no, that helps. Thank you, I appreciate that. I know we're at time, so I'll stop there.
Oh, and sorry, just one clarity. They also removed the items that were audited previously in their branch audit, and this would likely have been audited in the branch audit.
Okay. All right, we are at 5 o'clock. Sorry, Councillor, right? We will carry on tomorrow. Just want to make sure that I understand for tomorrow. There's no time specific tomorrow, right? Is there? Other than there are items to be dealt Wednesday.
Yep.
But there's not saying starting at 9:30 or 1:30. There is? Which one is that?
No, they weren't set as time specific. They were laid over to be dealt with within the Wednesday timeframe. But if you would like to make them time specific, now
Would administration suggest any item to be time specific tomorrow?
Yeah, my strong preference, Mayor, is that we start with OP12 in public, go into OP12 for the private, and then go directly into the city manager's update, and then go into 9.2, I think, is the last one, or the 9.2.
So 7.1, first item, 9:30, right? And then 9.2 will be the second item at 9:30. So 7.1 first, and 9.2 second, right?
Yeah, and then 9.3 right after that.
9.3, okay, good. All right, that's the order we will follow. Do we need to make a, okay, Councillor Knack?
Second.
Okay, all right, please vote.
Yes, for me.
Yes, for me.
Thank you. We're just sending the vote now.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you. We have 3 affirmatives. Councillor Jans has left the meeting, I believe. Councillor Tang was a yes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. All right, that is carried. Until then, we are on a break or recess.